Good evening, and welcome to the Planning Commission meeting of July 23rd, 2012. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Tapking. Commissioner Ferris.
Here.
Commissioner Turpel.
Here.
Commissioner Roundtree.
Here.
Chair Reynolds.
Here. And now it's a time for public comments. I don't have any cards, so we'll go on to item 5, written comments, announcements, and continuances. Mr. Town?
Thank you. I had none at this time.
Thank you. Did we just pass public comments? But did you want to speak, Mr. Kidwai? You were locked out. Okay. Would you come to the podium, and then afterwards, would you please fill out a speaker's card? And good evening. The lights are not working, Mr. Kidwai, or the yellow and the red are.
Okay, I begin in the name of God, who's most beneficial, most merciful. Nick Iqbal Kidwai, resident of Newberry Park, director of Concerned Cities of Thousand Oaks, out of breath, running from downstairs at the locked door. Half of my argument was not to hold the meeting in the giant chamber and waste energy. So I don't know if you are forced to meet here, or this is to save energy and taxpayer money. But whatever the reason, there should at least be a sign there. There's signs here that says that the Planning Commission meeting is there. But if the guard had not come, I was going to read the caption on the TV to see if it says boardroom. I thought I read the agenda and I didn't see the boardroom, but I don't read that carefully. I want to talk about 2 issues, if I can, in the 5 minutes, thanks to Mr. Ferris. In fact, I hear that Mr. Ferris is now running for City Council. So it's a 2-2 race now. This is not between Democrats and Republicans, never has been on the City Council. It's between the Fox people and the Linda Parks or Claudia people. And I had a 1-hour plus meeting with Vern Williams on Saturday. He's an ex-Amgen employee. And I thought he might be one of those people that is just wasting our time. But he has a lot of potential, really good things to offer. But now he's completely out of it because the race will be between the 2 on one side and the 2 on the other side. And I would encourage him, I know he's watching hearings now, to withdraw or, I don't know, be in it for fun. He said he might do it for fun just to get his name out there. When there's no hope of winning. What is winning? Winning is serving the people, not promoting yourself. I always said when this right to vote was put forward, that was a blatant political attempt. I called up the city clerk and asked if I could get the names of the people who had signed the petition. And I was told, which I'm sure most people on the dais know, that those are privileged. Those names and addresses cannot be given out. Everything else, like my name here, or the 700 Hooters people, I have those names. And the email, I spent 16 hours putting them together, and I want to use them for the election. But that's 10,000 people that one side has, and they feel a certain way. So just send them 1 or 2 postcards, and you are guaranteed 10,000 votes. And add another 5, and you're going to be sitting there as city council people, not as appointed planning commissioners. I was very disgusted. It's very sad that Ventura County Star would run such inaccurate and one-sided stories. I'm talking about the story on the Lakes Caruso project that was yesterday. They blatantly lied, and they have this report, which I have given to them and most people on the council too, which is the itemization of the 17,642,000 that the city spent in hard cash dollars to build the lakes. And then you add about $8 million for the free land, and you add the other miscellaneous. It's just about $25 million that was initially spent, and then we have the angled parking and all these things. And that's what gets me and a lot of people upset, that there's no money for basic things, and we end up wasting money. Is it a yellow light or what? Yellow light or nothing? Okay. One thing, I don't know if the staff can enlighten me. It also said that the Lakes is paying property taxes. And I have been told this, but I would like clarification. I don't think that the redevelopment agency that owns the land would pay any property taxes. I think it was explained to me that maybe with the lease over there, there's some kind of a provision that the lessor, Mr. Caruso, pays property taxes. That would be a good thing if Mr. Town or somebody can enlighten us on that. I would ask that the Planning Commission schedule should be changed to a quarterly schedule rather than having to cancel these meetings. One important thing, the 72-hour rule has been stuck down at the Brown Act, but it was done because the cities were getting fat off even the agendas. They were charging the state to the tune of $20 million a year, which is pocket change, some people say, but still in this economy it's a waste. But there's a Senate committee that can put this on the ballot, and one of the assemblymen on it is Chris Norby of Fullerton. I know of him. He's a friend of mine. Write to him, write to the other people. It can be put in the November ballot. Have a wonderful summer.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. And we'll continue on with the, pardon? Mr. Ferris? Commissioner Ferris? Sure.
I just want to make one quick comment, just so that there's no misunderstandings there. Mr. Kidwai had actually brought up about the use of the petition signatures. By law, there cannot be any use of those petitions for any other purpose except to qualify the petition. And I had to sign an affidavit to that effect, and that's state law. So I just wanted to make it clear.
Mr. Town?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just with regard to the meeting location, I apologize, Mr. Kidwai, that you had to run up here in the front because the front door was closed. We did notice, however, that the meeting would be held in this room. It's on the top of the agenda for tonight. So that was public information.
Okay, we'll continue on to item number 6. Will the clerk please open case 6A?
Hearing advertised as required by law is hereby open to consider agenda item 6A regarding case RPMJ 2011-70200. Applicant Greg Chichayan. Request to waive the original RPD conditions in order to allow a second-story addition, encroachment into the building setback area, and retention of retaining and planter walls, and vineyard on a natural slope over 25% gradient at an existing one-story single-family dwelling. Location 4571 Sunny Hill Street.
Thank you. And this evening, the staff report will be given by Mr. Lynn. Good evening, Mr. Lynn.
Good evening, Madam Chair, member of the Planning Commission. Case in front of you this evening is RPMJ 2011-702,000. Applicants Mr. Greg and Tommy Tajian. The application consists of 5 parts, and the first request is for a waiver of the development condition requiring a minimum setback distance of 20 feet from top of the slope. The second request is for a waiver of a development condition for the RPD that limits the subject dwelling to 1 story. The request is for a second-story addition above the garage area. And the third through the fifth consists of actually the retention on the existing natural slope area The third being that it's a retention of a vineyard on the natural slope. Fourth is allow the retention of a retaining wall on the natural slope area. And the last one is to allow retention of planter walls also at the natural slope area. This is an area photo of the subject property. You will find that the proposed addition, the first story addition consists of throughout the house to the north, east, and south and west. The subject sloped area is located on the northeast corner of the property. The proposed second story addition is located on the east end of the subject dwelling, which is next to that the sports court area above the garage. This is a elevation of the subject property. You will find that the street is sloped with the it's sloped higher toward the right side of the elevation. The property is approximately about 1.05 acres with a graded pad area of a little bit over 37,000 square feet. The hillside area with the retaining walls, vineyard, and the planter walls are approximately 8,600 square feet. It is currently a one-story single dwelling, consists of about 6,700 square feet. And toward the north of the property, it would be a downslope with another residence behind the subject dwelling. The first request is for a one-story addition and expansion, consists of the front porch toward the front or south side of the dwelling, the master bedroom expansions, family room expansions, and also living room expansions. The RPD condition number 25F requires residents on ridge lines to be a minimum of 20 feet from top of the slope. The intent of this is to minimize the impact of development on existing vistas and to lessen the intrusion of any type of structures on top of the slope. Specifically, the application for this encroachment into the 20-foot setback is a loggia with 3 sides open for the family room area, which is located to the north of the property. Subject loggia, proposed loggia, would be 15 feet and 8 inches from top of the slope. Another encroachment would be a master bedroom closet to the west of the property, and that will be approximately about 11 feet from top of the slope to the side yard. Staff supports the setback reduction due to it's a low and open profile design. The roofing does it's a hip roof design that will not intrude into the visual from the downslope, and it is also screened by the existing home. The second request is for a second-story addition, consists of a game room with balcony to the rear of the proposed addition, and this entire game room will be above the garage. The request is also to increase the roof height from existing 20 feet to 25 feet high. Presently, it's 25 feet maximum for the particular ridgeline area, and it's limited to maximum 1 story. Condition number 25J does require 1-story design on certain ridge lines. This lot being particular, it was specified as one of the lot that's limited to 1 story. This is a photo rendering submitted by the applicant. This is a view from the downsloped area. Subject property is the house behind the White House. The loggia on the right is the single-story design that will be encroaching into the 20-foot setback. The left side is the 2-story design. This two-story design will be entirely above the garage, with there's landscaping, and it's actually a water tower behind the subject property. The intent of the second-story limitation is to minimize the silhouetting of the structure against the skyline. In this case, staff does support a second-story addition because the design does have a minimal visibility with the hillside behind that avoids the silhouetting of the skyline. The design of the roofing elements and other architectural elements blends in well with the existing architecture, and as well as the neighboring designs. And also the second story is a minor portion of 15% of the total roof area. This is in the photo taken from the Rayburn Street view of the rear of the property, which is behind the house, behind the White House. The third through fifth request would be the landscaped area to the left side of the subject property, which is toward the middle of the photo. On the slope policy, condition number 25 of the subject tract condition does limit the grading into the slope of 25% shall not exceed the grading limit boundaries. Another condition, 25B, that the grading should retain natural topographic features. And also Municipal Code Section 7-3.07 states that no grading or natural slope over 25% without Planning Commission or City Council approval. This is a further breakdown of the natural sloped area where the applicant is requesting for the retention. The green line that's vertical on the plan separates the natural slope to the manufactured slope, being that the natural slope over 25% would be on the right side of the green line. 3 sections separates into this proposed natural slope area, being that the blue area is a retaining wall, and the vineyard is the top red rectangular area, and there's a planter area which is to the south of the slope. This is a photo of the vineyard looking from top of the pad area, looking downslope. The applicants are seeking for retention of vineyard. Approximately the vineyard size is about 3,600 square feet. There are a series of vineyards that follows down the slope with railroad tie steps. Condition number 25H of the RPD condition states that landscaping material around perimeter of exposed hillside and ridge lines lots to consist of materials that blend with native vegetation. Staff does support the applicant's request for retention of the vineyard because the vineyard doesn't meet the transition intent of the natural hillside to the structure or the built environment. The vineyard is also not within the restricted use area. This is a view of the retaining walls taken from approximately the pad area. The retaining walls consist of keystone walls that's separate into 3 independent terraced walls. There are approximately about 216 linear foot total. The majority of the retaining walls are located in the manufactured slope, with about 25%, 27% of the retaining walls are located in the natural sloped area. Staff that support the retention because majority of the retaining walls are located on the manufactured slope, and it will not negatively affect the slope or ridgeline development. The last request is for retention of the planter wall. This is the view of the planter walls. Photo is taken from the top of the pad area. The planter walls consist of approximately 19 tree walls, 2 planter boxes, and connecting walls. It's made of a series of river rocks and railroad ties. There are a total of 6 terraces, approximately about 248 linear feet, and it's approximately about 2,500 square feet area. In this case, the staff does not support the retention of planter walls, as that it creates a natural formation that is inconsistent with the rest of the hillside. It may be precedent setting for other structures on the hillside area, examples such as future gazebo or accessory structures coming in. The proposed application is exempt from CEQA. Staff recommends approval of the first 4 requests, which consist of the first story encroachment, the second story encroachment, retaining walls in the vineyards. However, staff does not recommend approval of the planter walls. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Lin. Are there questions of staff? Any questions? I just have one question then on the page 4 of the report regarding the POA and their approval of the 2-story addition because of the height only being 25 feet. Did you hear back anything from them regarding the other items?
From the POA?
Yes.
For the vineyard.
Right.
Staff did talk to the POA regarding about the vineyard, and they're basically taking that they would consider the request should the request comes in from the homeowner or applicant. In this case, they don't have a decision yet.
But I know that their approval does not really hold us from any approval whatsoever, like CC&Rs. We do not. If it had to be approved or was against the CC&Rs, that has nothing to do with us. So, okay, well, thank you very much. Mr. Tapking. Mr. Ferris.
Thank you. I just wanted to get a quick clarification on attachment 2, which is 33. That was the color-coded segments of where the vineyard is and the manufactured, the retaining walls. So the green line is the representation of where the 25% slope is. Is that correct?
Yeah, the green line. The green line is a separation for the manufactured slope versus the natural slope over 25%.
And it's clear from there that the retaining walls, most of it, as you said, is sort of, it's not in that region. So we're kind of dealing with what the small corner that is.
That's correct. Approximately about 27% of the retaining wall area is outside the manufactured slope. The planter walls will be 100% within the natural slope area.
Okay. Not that I just want to know what the full consequences of all of this is, assuming none of the approvals were approved. I guess 1 and 2 are relating to plans of future development on the subject property, right?
Yeah, the request 1 and 2 would be specifically the addition of the dwelling itself.
But then 3, 4, and 5, if for some reason the Planning Commission decided we didn't want to approve any of it, what's the remedy to the applicant? I just want to know what the full consequences of our decision tonight.
Commissioner, Mr. Heer?
Well, obviously there would be choices. The applicant can accept that. The applicant could go to City Council and make a request for them to review the decisions made today.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is, assume the city took the position through all the appeals processes that no, you have to abide by what it is and do it. We're talking ripping things out, taking the vineyards out, taking the retaining walls out. They'd have to put it back into sort of a natural state. Is that what I'm understanding?
At that point, we'd require remedial action. They'd have to come up with a plan on how to restore the slope back to its original approved, the latest grading plan. So we'd want it returned back to that condition.
All right, thanks.
Commissioner Tapke?
I'd like to go over the planter walls a little bit, if you bring it back up again. I'd like to know in more detail the concern relating to the tree wells and how that affects the slope in that particular area. What would be the effect by removing those as well as leaving those trees there, or vice versa? I'm aware that I've been out to the site and visited it. I went back there twice, actually, to take a look at this. And the picture that you're showing is extremely old. It's well filled in at this particular point. The trees are fully developed, and the the tree wells are clearly providing the appropriate drainage, whatever watering surfaces for those things to survive. So what is, again, the concern relating to this from a structural standpoint? I need more detail on this. We talked about some of this, okay?
The modifications of the slope, it was a natural condition, so there was never any sort of compaction reports prepared for this area. So this area was left untouched when they did all the cut for the pad for the home and all the other grading, the manufactured slope that you see where the keystone retaining structure is. They would need to go through a building permit, provide geotechnical reports on how the slope was modified and what impacts it had by installing these walls. So the building permit process handles that, as well as our grading permit process.
How is the keystone wall different than the tree wells made out of flagstone or something along that line? How does that differ in the process that we're talking about here?
Procedurally, it's the same. We would review it based on their engineering plan. So the installation methods are different. Gravity blocks, they do just that. They rely on their own weight and their grid system that they install it on, plus whatever the engineer says is necessary to make it structurally sound. The other walls, the river rock, those are mortar. Those were installed on the slope with, I don't know what kind of foundation, but they would have to go through their separate engineering review and analysis, be approved, and then follow up with inspections and investigation at that point.
Any other questions of staff? Commissioner Turpel?
Hi, Mr. Lynn. Good evening. Real quick, and just to make sure I understand this, because their staff is recommending 1 through 4 and not number 5 as far as the elements that are concerned in this. With the if we pass it the way staff is recommending today, with the vineyard, is the applicant going to have to pull permits and do that type of thing as he normally would have had to do in the beginning?
The vineyard itself, since there's no grading involved, would not require any type of grading permit. The keystone, the retaining walls, the applicant would require to go through the process, the building permit application process.
And then with the recommendation of staff, the applicant would have to remove all of the planters, is what you're talking about.
That's correct.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, I'd like to follow up on that. Go ahead.
Commissioner Roundtree?
Based on your knowledge of the walls, the planter walls right now, the possibility of retrofitting them as opposed to requiring that they be completely removed, because there's 248 feet. It's not just a little wall here. Any comments on whether that's a possibility based on what you know about the existing walls?
We wouldn't know at this point. We don't know how it was installed. We don't know what requirements are going to be made after reviewing a geotechnical report on that hillside and what engineering requirements are necessary. So there's been no investigation at this point. There's been no permit or vehicle to get us out there to perform any sort of investigation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tapking?
I suspect that you've answered most of that question. If we approved or if we denied, either way, if we approve the retention of the planter walls, then you would still require somebody to go out and check these for the appropriate engineering reports. Is that what I'm hearing? There's still a process that they have to go through. Okay, fine.
Mr. Town?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on Commissioner Tapking's comment, if I could draw the Commission's and public's attention to packet page 17 of your report, a few things. First of all, we included conditions of approval for two alternatives. The first alternative is what's being recommended by staff, and that is removal of the planter walls and approval of everything else. And then there's also an alternative 2, which, if the Commission wants to approve the planter walls, that addresses that option. But on packet page 17, just to follow up on the discussion, this is the option that would require the planter walls to be removed. Condition number 8 addresses the retaining walls, and that's the design where the applicant will still need to go through and acquire building permits. That's required for any kind of retaining wall on a slope such as this, even if it never came to the Planning Commission. And then condition number 10 is the one that would require slope restoration, the removal of the tree wells and connecting retaining walls and the planter walls. So just wanted to be clear that those are the actual 2 conditions that would be triggered.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Okay, then I'll call the first card, Dr. Greg. Would you like to come forward? And as he comes forward, I want to state that I have been out to the property. Staff was there along with his attorney, Mr. Mark Sellers, and Mrs. Chachayan was also there.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to disclose that I was out and met with the applicant, the attorney, along with staff this afternoon as well. Took a tour of the property, had a real close-up view, and listened to the reasoning and the consult as to how the applicant felt what he wanted to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chappelle.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to disclose that I was at the site this afternoon as well with the applicant's attorney, discussed various parts of the report. I have no new information to report to Commission.
Thank you, and that was Commissioner Roundtree. Commissioner Tapking?
Yes, I need to declare also I was out there. However, I did not meet with the applicant's attorney. I did go out there with the staff, look at the property, and then went back in the afternoon. Had a chance to meet with the applicant's spouse, who showed me around the site so that I had a better feel for the way this was being worked on. Thank you.
Thank you. No, okay. All right,
I wasn't able to make it this
Ferris.
afternoon, sorry.
Okay, Mr. Chachayan. It won't catch you on the microphone. Just a minute. There might be a cordless one available. No. Thank you, Dr. Chachayan. You have 15 minutes, okay?
Thank you. Looking at those pictures, it shows you how long I've been trying to get this project going. So it's been quite a while. So just to give you background, I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I've lived in town for 12 years. I have 3 daughters, my wife, Tommy. We love living in Thousand Oaks. We absolutely love it here. I've been working on this project for a while, and we were at a point where we were almost going to start with a new house and buy a new house. But then I come from a background where my parents still live in the same house I grew up, and that's, to me, a really stable home, and that's really what I want to create for my family. So that's what we're trying to create, the organic vineyard, the organic trees. This is where our family goes. We hang out, we pick fruits, my mom came, we made jelly. I mean, this is what we're trying to do here. I'm not trying to disturb the property. I'm trying to improve the property. And so I'm going to go through the items that are of concern to the staff. Do I advance with this? Okay. So the 5 items are the setback, the second story, and the retention of the walls and the landscaping. So the area where we're doing this loge area is in the center of the house to the back over this flagstone. Here's a close-up of it. So basically, we're asking for a variance to the setback. We're going to come out to about the second flagstone right here for a kind of an indoor-outdoor room, loge type of a feeling, and we're about 16 feet rather than the 20 from the back wall. This neighbor below me, he's a physician. We're colleagues at the hospital. He's come over to my house. I put my plans out on the dining room table. He's not here contending it. He doesn't really have a problem with it. This house really screens our house, so you can see how far below it is. This structure is going to come to here, and he's well below our property. He's not going to be impacted by this visually. And when you look across from Canaan and north of Canaan, you really can't see this loge. There's a similar, smaller 6 by 6 foot walk-in closet, which I don't have photos of off the master, which has similar conditions. And Brian Lerman, the architect, will present the drawings if the commissioners would like to see that. Yep, it just went off. Second story addition. We're on lot 22 on track 2778. And this is the architectural guidelines of my property owners association. And really, it doesn't say anything in this 20 feet, 21 feet. It's really confusing to me. In here, it says 25 feet. And it's not really a waiver of the condition. The condition is that we just don't block the skyline. So it's not really a waiver. It's just the condition of what exists. And that's what we're trying to accomplish. And it's not really that it's a second story or it's a one story. This was a staff report created. It really, and it's this 25J that I'm sure everybody's familiar with. It has to do with the skyline and also has to do with what's the height. It doesn't matter if it's a one story at 25 feet or if there's two stories at 25 feet. So this single story or second story, it's just semantics, but really we're talking about the height and the silhouetting against the skyline. So there's basically 4 non-ridgeline homes and 4 ridgeline homes in our tract that have 2-story elevations. So here's the tract map. So these are the 4 non-ridgeline properties on Crest Haven and on Heritage that all have 2-story heights. These are actually 30-foot heights. Here's lot 40. This is over 30 feet. Here's lot 54, 2 stories, 30 feet. Number 3 and lot 56 and lot 57. So all these are on our tract. These are 2-story heights. And there's basically these 4 ridgeline homes. And there's 2 on Crest Haven. One is, this one and this one. This one is on Coachman, and this one is on Heritage. And this is Dr. Spade, who went through this similar process and showed that his 25-foot and one small section of the house wouldn't block skyline, therefore was deemed approved. This is the one on Heritage. This is a 25-foot height. Brian Lerman, the architect, and I, we pulled the plans, and we measured this. And this one's at 25 feet. This is on Heritage, which is a ridgeline home. This is one is on Coachman. This is a 2-story section right here on this home. I don't have pictures of these other 2 on Crest Haven, but they were approved, and they're in the staff report. These 2 were approved. So basically, we're asking for ours on 15% of our roof, which is right here above our garage. It's this section only, so it's only a small piece of the property. This is the rendering of what we anticipate it will look like, and this shows the existing roof line. So we're basically asking just for this small section, which is about 4 feet. I know staff said 20 feet, but our house is actually 21 feet. This is a picture I got from the city, and this basically is a topo of the area. And what it shows here is that at 1470 is our pad of our home, and this is the water tower that's behind us at 1,500 feet. So there's a 30-foot difference between our pad and the top of the water tower. I had a photographer come with a safari-type lens. We took 3 shots across the high country. Here's Canaan. This is off of Don Meadow. This is off Golf Course. This is off of Rayburn. And our house is down in here. So here's the first shot from Don Meadow. This is the section. It's basically east of this chimney right here. So this is where the water tower is, and these trees are even taller than the water tower, so very well below the 1,500 feet. We're going to be 5 feet below that. Here's the second shot from Golf Course Drive, more of a direct shot, and here's more from a little bit from the west, from Rayburn, again, showing the same section of the house. And this is that same rendering that Brian prepared, and what it really shows, these lines are kind of significant. So this is our pad at 1470. And this is the existing roof line at 21 feet. This is a proposed roof line at 25 feet, and this is where the water tower is. So we're well below that water tower. In addition to that, there's these trees that go well above that. So we don't feel we're going to block the skyline in any way. And Brian will show you the architectural drawing if you have interest to see that. So we believe that should be approved. The fact that we're 30 feet below the pad of the water tower, no part of the unit will silhouette against the skyline, which is a condition, which I think we've met. It's only 15% of our house. We're well below the ridgeline. There's 4 other ridgeline homes on our property that have the same condition. They don't block the skyline. What we've designed is low profile. We don't believe it's going to be inconsistent with what exists, and our HOA approved this already, and the neighbors have seen the plans and approved it as well. The landscaping, specifically the vineyard, this is my architectural guidelines from the North Ranch POA, and it says right here, California wild grapes are accepted. That's what I have. So I didn't realize I had to go through the HOA because I have this CCNRs. It says right there I can have grapevines. I didn't know I had to, but if I need to do that, I'll be happy to do that. Obviously, grapevines exist where we live. Here's Westlake Village. Center of town is a vineyard right there. This is the Ventura County wine area. There's vineyards everywhere. It's consistent with what exists in our area. This is the area where we put the vineyard. To me, it's a form of landscaping and a form of ground cover. This person chose to put grass. This person chose to put vinca. I chose to put this. To me, it blends right in. I don't think it sticks out. It's within my property line. It's within my fences. It's not restricted use. It's not out in this area. I'm not sticking out. I'm within my own property. And if you kind of squint your eyes, it's all green. You can't really tell the difference. So I believe that this is consistent with the landscaping that's been suggested in the architectural guidelines. And if you look, everybody within their property lines has some type of improvement. These are the fence lines along all these properties, and you can see everything within that is green, and everything outside that is quote unquote untouched or natural. And in my opinion, this doesn't look natural, but this is the land that's been scarred for fire abatement, and I believe that what we've created is green. It's also acting as a fire abatement. There's other vineyards in the area. This is in Country Club Estates. These people are a continuation of heritage. Show within the fence lines that everything's been improved within the fence line. Outside the fence lines, I understand, we don't want improvement under these spaces. This is a big pad of grass a person chose on his slope. To me, that doesn't look too natural, but that's what this person chose. This person has palm trees. They don't necessarily natural to Westlake Village either, but they exist. So it's just what a person's preference is, in my opinion. I just chose to put the vineyard in because I think it looks aesthetically pleasing. The other important thing is that this house below us really screens our whole house out. Our house was built in, I think, 81 or 2. This one came about 5 years later. It really blocks our whole view from our property. I mean, I think most commissioners were out. They appreciated the view. We don't get that from the house because this house screens us. All you see this at the top of our windows. That's all we can just peer over that house. So as we bought this house, and see, this is what we look at. We look at this wall, and then this house is just screened out by this wall. So we've really migrated our property and our outdoor living space to this area. And so we want to beautify what we look at, and this is what we've chosen to do with the vineyard and so forth. So we believe the grapevine should be retained due to the fact that the grapevines are native to California, and it is in my guidelines. They're a form of ground cover. They act as an abatement. I think that blends in with the native vegetation. It's consistent with modern design. There's vineyards in the surrounding areas. It's not in a restricted use area. It's within my property. I also feel that I have a hardship in my property. I can't do this anywhere else. My whole pad is basically cement. I have nowhere to put any type of organic vegetables, fruits, trees of any kind due to the fact that everything is basically cemented. And now my view is migrated to the side of the house where this exists. The slope improvement on the manufactured slope, this is a similar photo what Joey had showed. This was his green line. So this is the manufactured. This is the natural. This is what we're looking at. This is a more recent picture. So this shows the mature landscaping. All this is in the manufactured slope. This is looking back at it. So this is all this manufactured slope where we put the keystone walls. Sorry. Here's more pictures of the same thing. I'm just showing the mature landscaping that we have now. I also want to show that I haven't performed any grading. I know that keep saying there's been grading done on my property. If you look at the slope here, which is where all this exists, it matches what's outside there. I didn't touch any of this. This simply was just laid on top, so to speak. This is outside the fence. We're in that weed whack area. I jumped that fence, took a picture back. I mean, you could hardly see any of these walls at this point. So I don't think there's any visual impact of any significance of what we've created. So I believe these manufactured improvements should exist. I use keystone blocks. Those are accepted engineered blocks. I didn't realize it required a permit because they're manufactured. If I need to do that, I'll be happy to do that. None of the walls are greater than 6 feet, which I think is the height criteria. The majority of those walls, 75%, are in the manufacturer. There's obviously limited visual impact from the surrounding properties, and there's vegetation completely covering them, so you can't really even see them. The final thing is the improvements on the natural slope. So basically, we're talking about 1/20th of an acre that this occurred. This is this highlighted area right here. So this is a very small, insignificant piece of my property. It's not like I've done this throughout the whole property. And there's 19 of them. I didn't realize I had 19. Joey, I read the report. If you look, you have a hard time seeing them. This is a safari lens shot across from high country, like I showed with the elevation of the house. You could hardly even see those things. They're 16 inches tall. They're natural stone. They blend right in. I have a hard time seeing them. I could see one of them, two of them here. And eventually, when everything's completely mature, I don't think you'll see them at all. These guys, these three neighbors, they can't even see it. This gentleman's above me. He peers over the top. This person's view below me, which is the house that screens our view, is looking out towards the golf course and into high country this way. And this person's pool and so forth, he's looking that way. So these three neighbors are my adjacent neighbors. They can't see this. And since it's on a slope, they're basically looking over it. So I don't believe there's any visual impact on that. The other problem I have is an erosion issue. And I know that there's this grading plan. That was from 1977. That's 35 years ago. The problem is my footing, and this soil is not static, obviously. Soil is dynamic. The soil is moving. So right now, I have a major erosion issue. I didn't create this problem. This exists. And I'm being contested with these walls, saying that they shouldn't exist at all. And I'm saying, well, they're planters, they're not really walls. They should be walls, actually, in my opinion, because there's erosion. So this is something that needs to be remedied, and I'm not really sure how I need to go about doing it, but there's a major issue with this erosion. You can see this person had to put these bars to support this fence because the fence was falling down because the footing has been destabilized from the erosion that's occurring on this top of the slope. You can see all my fence, my snake fencing is exposed, and yesterday when I was preparing the site for your visit, I encountered a pretty large rattlesnake, which I wasn't too happy about because he was able to get underneath this fence. So I got a major problem that I got to deal with. I have 3 young kids running around, and I don't really want this to exist. So, I mean, here it shows this footing that's exposed, and it's 12 inches. I mean, it's a significant part of this fence. You may say, well, maybe, well, you graded that. You created that problem. Well, no, I didn't, because I took pictures. I jumped the fence, took pictures of this guy's thing, and he's got the same problem. He's got the footing exposed. He doesn't have 12 inches, but his post is in a different depth. But this erosion's occurring on these slopes. And so what was graded and left natural, I mean, it's dynamic. It's moving. So I think that needs to be considered when this application is being reviewed. Here's the second part of his post showing the same footing. So in my opinion, there's been no grading. If you look at the outside the fence where these two slopes are, you can see how my slope, where I have these planter wells, matches what exists. I didn't create a grading issue here. And again, this is my vineyard area matching the slope to the outside of the fence. And this is what we're looking at more close up. These are about 16 inches tall, these planter wells. Here's the second area. And these are our kind of maintenance pathways that we use to kind of maintain the trees and prune and look at the fruits and do all that kind of stuff. And in addition, with the snake, I'm happy that I have areas that I can see when I'm walking. I'm not going to step on something. This is kind of how this was created. I mean, some of those trees existed. I'd say about eight of those trees existed. We basically put a few of those cinder blocks and then put a river rock over the top as the facade. And we just filled some dirt around the trees that existed. So we didn't cut into the hillside and place anything. We just kind of plopped it on top and just around the tree that existed there.
Doctor, could you wrap up your time?
Yeah, sure. So these are the height of the walls at 16 feet. And this condition exists all throughout North Ranch, high country. Here's a guy across the way. He's got the same thing. This person has improvements on this slope here. It's actually occurring as we speak, right here on this slope. This is another terraced area on this hillside. This has some areas where there's a person has a kind of a gazebo with some stairs that go down to it. This is a golf course. This is a little putting green, another putting green, a tennis court. These are not natural things that are occurring all on slopes. This guy has a water slide coming down to his pool, solar panel here, solar panels. These are all on 25-degree slopes. I believe that these are not aesthetically pleasing. I have to keep, these pathways also exist everywhere, and I have pathways as well. This is on the corner of, this is the North Ranch Country Club, and these pathways exist right at North Ranch Country Club. So these are maintenance pathways to maintain these properties. These exist. All these pictures are from Google. These are public information. Here's my maintenance pathways. Again, my view's obstructed. We need to move our property and our visual aesthetic area is here, where we get the view, we get the vineyard. So I believe that this should be approved. It's 1/20th of an acre. There's been significant erosion. I believe there's an issue there. The fence fetting is exposed. The upper slope is not actually at 25% anymore. It's been lowered because of the erosion. I didn't perform any grading. This area of natural slope is where I just put some wells. They're less than 2 feet tall. I use natural materials. I'm not planning on putting gazebos and lights. It's simply just for access for maintenance of these trees. It's not in a restricted use area. I believe I have a hardship where I can actually perform this, have these kind of organic things. And if I was to go with what staff's recommending, removing it, that's going to, I think, in my opinion, destroy the slope.
Okay,
So
thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is...
Any questions?
Are there questions of the speaker? You'll have a chance for 5 minutes at the end to come back for a rebuttal. Any questions? Commissioner Roundtree?
Thanks. What year did you purchase your house?
05, I think. 05 or 04.
Okay. And a couple years into it, you thought, I'm going to do some work in the backyard and...
No. It was, we didn't decide. About 3 years ago, we had the first architectural rendering, and it got overwhelming. And I thought, well, maybe we just get a new house and start over. And then kind of came full circle, and I submitted this application 1 year ago. So it's August of 2011. So
when you got to the yard and started doing the planting and the planters and the vineyards and so forth, do you have a licensed contractor you were working with, or was this kind of a do-it-yourself kind of weekend type project?
That's right.
Okay, so you probably weren't aware of the 25% slope rule in terms of...
I figured I couldn't do retaining walls, which I felt that those weren't retaining walls. I felt those were planters. They're 16 inches. They're not retaining really anything. I think they should obviously retain because I have a problem. I didn't get permissions. I didn't think I did anything wrong. I mean, the trees existed. I put wells around the trees. They have to be watered, and the water creates erosion. I need to create water around the tree. It's not going to waste water.
And the planter walls there were just to kind of connect the trees aesthetically, or is that also to hold up the slope a little bit too?
It's more of accessing pathways in between. I wanted to create a situation where I can get between them so that I can get around the trees. And so and aesthetically, I felt it looked, I mean, it was one of those things where I had the guys out doing it. They were putting the wells in, and then they said, how about we connect them? I said, that looks good. So it wasn't, I had no idea. I mean, I would have permitted it if I thought I had to. I just didn't think I had to.
Okay, so the team you were working with wasn't thinking about permits or 25%, anything like that?
That was me and my, my gardener. He has brothers and so forth that helped do it. And I basically, used my truck and went to Carlson, got the materials, dropped it off, and kind of saw them do it. But I didn't have a general or anything like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Brian Lerman. If you'd like to come forward, you state your name and city of residence, please, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Brian Lerman, one of the principals at Arc Design Group. I live in Simi Valley. Been working with the Tijayans for quite some time, from the initial conception to now what you're seeing this evening. And thank you for your time for seeing it. And I actually want to thank Joey for all his effort, and he's been working pretty hard on this, and for the Planning Commission to actually, or Planning Director, to actually recognize the improvements and support most of what you see tonight. I won't summarize everything that I wrote down. I think you get a pretty good gist for the items that we're presenting this evening. But I would like to give you a little history, because there is history. And there's other improvements that we're doing on the estate. They've hired us to go through the entire property and renovate the entire estate. The house is somewhat dated. Architecturally isn't something that they're as proud of as they want to be. And in doing the improvements that you're looking at this evening, we're also adding to almost every area in the house little insignificant, significant improvements to the entry area, to the master bedroom, to other locations throughout the entire estate, so that what you're looking at this evening with that second floor condition is in harmony with the rest of the home, and in harmony with what you saw in one shot, the street scene, because the curb appeal is very important to us. I know we're looking at all the other aspects of what you're deciding on this evening. But the entire estate is important to the Tjayens, and we are obviously within the planning approvals on everything else, or we'd be talking about those. Just to see the significance of what we're talking about and the fact that we are basically remodeling, adding new materials completely, adding stone to the elevation. We're going to do a landscape plan that ties everything together. And so I'll just touch on a few items that I think are important to consider. And Greg had mentioned that the entire, or a good portion of the property is concrete. The original house was placed on the site as a large one-story house, and because of the site itself, which is very wide and not very deep, to the extent of like 450 feet in length, and only 145 feet in depth at the furthest point. The house is set back off the street considerably because of the slope and the front yard setback, and the entire front of the home is carved out for a driveway that accesses the garage that's on this easterly side. So from the west where you enter, that's where the property meets the street, all the way across the front to the east where the garages are, there's no real opportunity to do much on improvements. And then as you've seen in the pictures with the loggia and closet addition, there's not much room to improve the property in that location. So we're, of course, challenging that setback slightly, but with really no aspect of harm to the adjacent property. We have then taken into consideration going up, because it's really the only location that we can do any addition to the home and satisfy them with their growing family and their needs. So I think that's important to recognize. I'll just kind of go over a few of the lengths of these ridges that we're talking about. There's about 4 different locations on that second floor area where the worst case being 24 feet 6 inches. We're not at the 25-foot line, 24 feet 6 inches, and it's only 6 feet 2 inches long for that 24 feet 6 inches. And then we step down because we've created this architectural presentation. We're not just putting a box above the garage. We're sculpting that area from the one story. I think you saw it in that photograph with that line diagram, how we're terracing from the one-story area through a stair tower and kind of building up a little bit of the massing so that from the golf course below, it's pleasant and in harmony. Obviously, from the street, you really can't feel it because the difference is about 14 feet in elevation. So if anything, this massing is going to help sculpt the house with the curb appeal and create something that's more architecturally pleasing for the front yard itself. So these other ridge lines, I have a ridge line that's 8 feet 4 inches in length. That's at 23 feet 6 inches. And another one that's at 5 feet in length. That's at 22 feet 6 inches. And then just a couple peaks. So that's pretty much the element of this difference between 21 and 25 feet in what we're asking for approval.
Would you please wrap up your times?
Sure. The only other element I'll throw in there is in regard to the planter walls, which I know that there's 2 different items here, a planning issue and a public works issue. On the planning issue, it truly is 16 inches in height, 16 to 24 inches in height. And on a public works issue, my understanding was that in a planter condition at something that is 2 feet in height, that it was exempt if you're not doing grading over 50 cubic yards, which that didn't occur over 50 cubic yards. So I'm not sure if that's true in the public works world, but I've always believed that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Mark Sellers. If you come forward, state your name and city residence, and you also have 5 minutes.
Mark Sellers.
Good evening, Mr. Sellers.
Good evening. With the Jackson DeMarco Law Firm, resident of Thousand Oaks. I'm just going to focus my comments on the planter walls and the basis for the staff recommendation of denial, which is the protection of the 25% slope. The generation of that standard and that concern was a Covington tract that was developed years ago up on the hillside with diatomaceous earth, with bulldozers, with a number of housing pads, with a visual impact that could be seen throughout the valley. What we have here is something that's done with shovels. There are no bulldozers involved here. There was no grading. There was no even conceivable thought that there might be grading. It was just some people with some shovels out building some walkways, putting in some river stone and some 16 inches of very small walls. This is not the same situation. The standard in this case, I believe, is actually worsened by leaving it as a brush clearance area, which it would become, as opposed to improving the area with the stone walls, with the fruit trees, with the vineyard. I think the picture that was shown before, and I can't utilize that, but the picture basically shows to me a natural improved yard area that goes like that. We're talking about this little area here. So this area blends in. When this picture was taken, I guess in the early part of the year before the vineyard had turned green, and these trees are really quite small at this time. If you went out there today, you would see this entire area is green, and it just blends in with the other developments surrounding. This is not an intrusion into a natural area. Quite the opposite. It actually donates a consistent logical pattern of backyard and use of the backyard. Again, I think the goal here is visual impact. I think what's being proposed, or what is there now, is an improvement over a visual impact of any sort of natural slope, weed whack area. I see in the report the only concern, no mention of what the harm is that would be maintained if we kept things as they are. It's a issue of precedent setting. Let me tell you, I brought a application for a basketball court and in the 25% slope area in the North Ranch area for a North Ranch home that the City Council approved. Why? Because they found there was no visual impact to the surrounding properties. They weren't concerned about preserving 25% slope in a yard area. They were concerned with what is the visual impact, what is the adverse visual impact of what's being proposed or the structures in the yard. This is not a situation of building a gazebo. This is not a situation of building what most people think of as a structure. This is merely a situation of putting some small stone retaining walls, which most people in this community probably would think that's not a structure, that's just doing some natural yard improvements. With that, I think this is a situation that justifies the approval of the planners as well as all the other requested waivers. And if no questions, that's...
Any questions? The Speaker? Thank you, Mr. Sellers. And the last card is Mr. Nick Kidwai. If you come forward, state your name and city residence, please, and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Chair Darrell Reynolds. Thank you for the wonderful way you pronounce the name. I want to also thank you for letting me speak under public comments. I apologize for being late. Still did not get a response to the most important question, which is a tax question. Is Lakes paying property taxes or not? I want to write a letter to the editor and do not want to have erroneous information. At the last instance seeing Mr. Sellers, I was reminded 12 years ago where we had a Mr. Probst in North Ranch who went the other route and blatantly violated all kind of rules but got away because he made giant contributions to the city council candidates. He came here to the hearing not casually without a tie, but came in a limousine that was parked illegally, and the engine kept running for an hour so that he would not have to wait. But he got his approval. I know you read the newspapers, and I hope you will let me speak both at a macro and a micro level in that Jeff Gorell, our Assemblyman, is trying to make our state more business-friendly and make it easier to do business, which also translates into homeowners, which is the most fundamental right that Americans and one has to develop one's own abode, which is their castle. On a procedural level, it's very disgusting that you would waste taxpayer money on having to hear one case. It's also very disgusting that after today, there will be no hearing. The city council already is on a hiatus, and this is not Europe. I mean, to pretend that this is Europe, and it also, that's one of the reasons to have the meeting right now and not in September, is because there's too much of a delay in between that to have 3 cases to be heard. You have 35 pages with 29 conditions for a home. I've said before, and I talked with Mr. Prescott the other day also, is the important issues do not come before the Planning Commission, but these frivolous issues that really have no business taking up the city's time, so much staff time, and costing homeowners so much that they have to have a big dream teams coming over here, should really be done on a complaint basis. I mean, you can have Hooters open up with no hearing. You can have just about every gas station around the corner that has been redeveloped into a bank or into an office complex without a hearing, over the counter. And in fact, I spent 16 hours in the planning department copying the Hooters names, and I saw all the action that was going on, because I thought we are at build out, we are not busy, and the planning commission not busy. But I saw all the applicants that came and all the projects that were going on in the 3, 4, 5 days that I was there part time doing my work. And I would implore the planning commissioners. I mean, there's very good people sitting on the dais over here, especially now. You have new blood over here, that you ask the planning commissioners in this vacation, European vacation that they're going to be having with the 8 weeks off, to come back and address these issues that have been festering on the planning commission for so long. I would like to specifically talk about condition number 4, which is that the addresses on the homes need to be 4 inches tall. It's not complicated. You don't have to read the condition. 4 inches tall. I mean, I had to go to 305 Las Arboles, and I looked on Google, and it was on the left side of Moore Park Road, and I thought maybe Google made a mistake, and because we all think that Moore Park and TO is the 0 point. But it ain't. I discovered that, the chair, and I went up all the streets, and none of the streets have any block written on them. I mean, so for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, I thought I was running late. I thought I maybe headed in the wrong direction. Maybe I should turn right on Moore Park Road. But, I mean, you ask the citizens to do all these things, all these conditions, but you don't do the basic things even after how many years that the city has been incorporated to put on the intersection 100 block or 200 blocks. So we know, and we are not going to be wasting time. I mean, with all these conditions, I mean, we come up. I mean, the owner knows what's best. And if the owner is smart enough to build a home, which is $1.5 million or $2 million, what business does the staff or you folks have micromanaging his life? I mean, he already has that erosion problem. I mean, you cannot help him, and he has to spend it. It should be on a complaint basis. If you get somebody like in Beverly Hills, a Saudi guy that comes up and puts nude statues in his front yard or something like that, have something in there that can tackle that. But
Thank you, Mr. Kidway. Your time's up. Did you want to wrap up?
Yes, I would appreciate the same courtesy as was awarded to the other people. I would come back to Jeff Gorell's comments as somebody who tried to build pools over here versus Texas. In fact, there's a school board member that is going to move out from Newberry Park because he cannot afford to upgrade his home. I cannot afford to upgrade my home because it costs so much money. Do something about it, please. Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. We'll go back to staff at this time. Are there any additional things, Mr. Lynn or Mr. Kearns?
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify a couple points here. The contention that these walls, the planter walls in particular, are not retaining. I just want to clarify that any planter, by nature of a planter, is retaining. They have dirt behind it, and it's holding that dirt in place. There are several exemptions in our building code for permitting procedures for retaining walls, such as one located at the toe of a slope that's under 18 inches in height, or a planter wall that's built to create a planter on flat terrain under 3 feet in height. However, any retaining structure on a slope, or any structure on its own on a slope requires a building permit procedure. Now, whether or not it requires a grading permit, as the architect stated, typically is triggered by 50 cubic yards of dirt being moved or a vertical cut more than 2 feet deep. We don't know at this point if either one of those occurred, but if we go through the building permit procedure and look at the soils report, if one's required, a grading permit may be triggered at that point. So at this point, they will have to go through the building permit process if those walls are allowed to be maintained in that current condition. And at that point, we'll determine whether or not a grading permit is required. In response to Mr. Seller's comment about the 25% slope preservation, that is the intent, is to preserve those slopes in a natural state. In this case, the physical improvements are primarily our concern. Allowing physical improvements of any type of accessory structure is a concern from a precedent standpoint, and that is why staff is recommending against it. That's all I have to add.
Is that all? Are there questions? Okay, then we'll go back to Dr. Chachan. You've got 5 minutes for rebuttal. If you state your name and city residence, please.
Greg Chachan, Westlake Village, California. I just want to just wrap up. It's not going to be too long. Basically, there's nobody here opposing what I'm asking to do. The staff was out today, and they said that actually these improvements are allowed on 25%, but it needs a hearing. It needs the Planning Commission to allow it. They stated they agreed that there's no visual impact. They agreed to that. They did also state that it's not the planter walls is not really their concern. They're more concerned about structure, gazebos, tennis courts, things of that nature. And I understand that's going to congregate people. That's going to have lights. I'm not doing that. I'm not planning on doing anything different than what was seen today at my house and what I presented. I believe there's an added value because I've showed that the slope is unstable. The main concern that was pointed out to me today was that precedent setting. And they said, well, we want to make it too easy for homeowners to make these improvements. Well, I don't think this process is easy. I mean, you see, I got an attorney, so that's costing me money. You saw how long this has been going on. This is not an easy process. So this exists so that you can hear the homeowner's plans and review them and make the discretion to make that choice. These conditions are allowed. They just need to be heard and accepted, hopefully. I've showed other houses that have, the similar conditions, and the only reason why I'm here is because I'm asking for this 25-foot, and so therefore now I have to, my whole house is basically analyzed with a microscope, and anything that doesn't comply, I have to address, and that's basically why we're here. If I don't get past today, I'm going to go to the next level. I don't want to do that. I'm tired of, I want to move forward. My oldest isn't here today. She's 14. She's going to graduate in 4 years. I want this done, sooner than later. It's already been a long time. Basically, I just believe that, I just want you to analyze what I'm looking at, what I'm trying to accomplish, trying to create this home for my family, and I understand you can't carte blanche approve this, and I think I've shown you the conditions, and we presented everything to show that we've really not really disturbed the slopes. We have not harmed anything in a visual way, and in my opinion have improved it. If it requires me to go to Public Works to get permits, I have no problem doing that. I just want to be able to move forward, and I've been stagnant for a long time. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Any questions? Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing, and now it's the time for deliberation. Motion, commissioners. Commissioner Tapking.
I'll make a motion. If
Fine.
that'll get, I'm going to move staff's recommendation for alternative 2 to include the planter walls. That would be my motion. Now, do you want discussion on that, or do you want to wait?
Okay, and that's removing the condition number 10, right?
Alternative 2 would include the approval of the planter. Alternative number 2 would include the approval of the planter walls. Okay.
Okay. Comments to the motion? Are there any comments to the motion? Commissioner Ferris?
Thank you. Obviously, I think, at least from my standpoint, 1 through 4 sound like that the applicant has made their case quite effectively. The staff has agreed on that. I'm happy with even in moving into the setback, that the plans have indicated that it's not going to in fact be a visual impact, and I think they've met the intent on that. Second story addition, it does state in the conditions that, you know, if they can demonstrate that it's not going to silhouette, then that's great. So it's met the intent of that. The vineyard, I didn't realize that the CC&Rs basically have your grapes in them already, so it seems consistent with what's already there, and it's again meeting the intent of what staff is presenting before us. The retaining walls, there's only, as staff has pointed out, a small percentage of the retaining walls that are actually kind of subject to this, and if we were to try and remedy it, that's the only portion you could really take out, and be kind of silly to end up doing that, and I think they've met that. Coming into the hearing, I was more attuned to staff's recommendation about removing the planter walls. I'll have to admit that probably the most compelling piece of testimony today was actually from Mr. Sellers about, if you look at the visual impact of what it is doing, how it's blending in, it does not appear to be something that is in fact the structures that we're trying to prevent. I am concerned a bit about the precedent-setting part, so I would like to actually hear from the Commission about the best way forward on that. But I just want to hear the discussion on it. I'm amenable to hearing both alternative 1 or 2 based upon what we can come up with.
Well, the motion is for recommendation.
It's for recommendation 2, but I want to end up hearing what the other commissioners have regarding what staff's recommendation was.
Commissioner Trappell?
Yes, I'm going to support the motion. I want to first thank the applicant for being so very well prepared. That helps out a lot. Also to staff, you guys were incredible to walk through this process. And I have to also say, Mr. Sellers made a good point as to the concern about the grading into the slope. That was actually designed to keep for, you know, large housing developments when all the development was moving in, not so much a homeowner, you know, improving his backyard with plants and that type of thing. So I think that makes quite a bit of sense. As to Commissioner Ferris's concern about precedent setting, if this is setting a precedent, I'd rather see more things like this in the city. It's not about the gazebo. It's an actually well thought out, very, very pretty addition to that community up there. So I'm not concerned about that. Plus, it's not something that you can actually, there is no visual impact except from the backyard, and I think it's a benefit. I think it's something that if something like that comes before the commission again, we'll be able to make a decision on that. So I'm not so concerned about that. I am concerned about the erosion on that back slope, and I wanted to ask staff about that, but I suppose that's something that can be addressed at another time, or the homeowner would have to actually address that. Otherwise, I'm going to support the motion.
Commissioner Roundtree?
Yeah, I'm also going to support the motion, but I want to get a little feedback. The intent of this rule is to really prevent this terrace landscaping effect, so you don't drive by the house and see row after row after row. But the city's been very clear. They're supportive of vineyards, which, if we just have to look at the picture, it's row after row after row. And for 6 months out of the year, it's wood stakes and wire. So if we're supportive of 6 months of pretty vineyards, then we've got to be consistent with a wall. I mean, this wall is not just jumping out like a vineyard. It's a nice looking wall from pretty much anywhere you look at it from the neighbor's point of view. So in terms of consistent, I'm supportive of it. I think it looks good. The visual impact, Mr. Sellers, thank you very much for that comment. Is a good comparison to whether it's basketball courts or other things in the town. If it's not a problem, let's not make it a problem.
Okay, thank you. And I'm also supportive of the motion. And the planters, I think they're necessary after being out on the project and seeing the erosion and seeing the wrought iron fence from the neighbors. And you could look down, not even having to look straight down the line, but you could see how it was waving because of the erosion that was taking place. Mr. Town, you wanted to make some comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really just two things. One, if the Commission wishes to go with alternative 2, we do need to articulate findings to support that position. I have some draft findings that I could pass by the commission, if you'd so desire, as well as a suggested condition that I think you may want to consider. So if that's okay with the commission, I will go ahead and put some draft findings on the table, because we did have a sense that you may go down this path. No pun intended. The planter walls are low profile, print less than 2 feet in height, and enhance slope stability. Finding number 1. Finding number 2, the planter walls are not visible from Canaan Road, which is a city-designated scenic highway. Finding number 3, the planter walls are passive landscape amenities that will not be used for active recreational purposes and do not require additional brush clearance to meet fire district requirements. Okay, those are all true statements. The condition that I would suggest, and we would need to confirm this with the applicant, which would be added to alternative 2, is that structures for active recreation, permanent or temporary, gazebos, storage buildings, and playhouses are prohibited within natural sloping terrain over 25% gradient, which, as I mentioned to the applicant, he was correct in his recounting of staff comments today. That is one of our main concerns with structures. The planter walls do qualify as a structure, but it's these other types of structures, gazebos, et cetera, that can have significant aesthetic impacts and can trigger additional brush clearance down slope into that restricted use area that are one of our long-term concerns. So we would need to reopen the hearing.
We need to have Mr. Commissioner Tapkin withdraw his motion first. Would you just withdraw your motion?
So I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, and then I'll call Dr. Tacharian back to the microphone if you state your name and city residence and if you're agreeable to this new condition.
Greg Chajayan, Thousand Oaks. I agree to the condition.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll close the public hearing, and Commissioner Tapkin.
Okay, once again, I will move alternative 2 with the additional condition and the findings as noted by Mr. Town. Okay?
Okay. Is everyone amenable to that, or any questions or discussion? Commissioner Ferris?
One quick thing. These are the specific element in the finding. They're the specific elements to this property, but can the finding end up stating that we find that there's unique conditions regarding this property as stated here, and then that's what you're listing as the reasons why we don't believe it's a detrimental effect? Or
the commission certainly can add to those findings. These findings would be added to the body that's already there to approve the other 4 elements. So these all speak just to the planter walls. You could add more. We do have, I think, 3 solid findings, so it's really up to the commission. If you'd like to add a 4th, you could if you'd like.
Well, I mean, these are the specifics regarding the planter walls for this finding.
Correct.
We're just, but the finding just sort of lists that. We're not making a statement that we find it's a unique condition that doesn't apply.
Oh, no, you're not making that finding. Okay. No, just the 3 that I mentioned.
Okay, that's fine. And for that, I would support the motion. I think the condition effectively handles it, and the finding does too. So that's. I just want to make sure that we're not. We in fact aren't setting the precedent that we intend not to.
Okay, Commissioner Tapkin. Yes. Final words to the motion.
Okay, final words. First off, I want to thank staff for the work on this, because I think it was important for them to bring this forward with the idea that there are concerns about whether there could be precedent and what is structure and what is not. And I think that is exactly the purpose behind what the Planning Commission is here for, in order to deal with those particular types of questions. I recognize quite clearly that this process has been a real pain for the applicant to deal with and a long time in coming. I do not want in any form for this to be considered a precedent for setting gazebos or homes or play fields or anything along that line. Lastly, I think that what this family has done has definitely improved the area. I look forward to them living there and continue to do this work. And once again, I think it's important for us to recognize. I want to thank the staff for this. I realize that there's a point that staff needs to come forward with issues that they think need clarification. And I think this is one of those where they're expressing their concerns, and it's our job to say we respect that concern, but this is what we're going to decide in this particular case. Therefore, my motion.
Okay, thank you. And with that, would you please vote? And tonight we don't have our little mouses, so would you raise your hand in support? You prefer a roll call? Would the clerk please call the roll on the vote?
Commissioner Tapking?
Yes.
Commissioner Ferris?
Yes.
Commissioner Turpel?
Yes.
Commissioner Roundtree?
Yes.
Chair Reynolds?
Yes.
Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. And there is a 10-day right of appeal on this project. And with that, I'm going to turn the dais over to the Vice Chair, Pete Turpel. I have a plane to catch.
All right, have a safe flight.
Thank you.
And
She told me it was there.
got it. Okay, and with that, we'll move to Community Development Department reports and referrals. Mr. Town?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to mention to the Commission that we are adjourning to September 10th. We are working on a case for that evening. It's not on your tentative agenda on page 36 of your packet at this time, but we wanted to keep that on your calendar as a potential Planning Commission hearing date. The next certain one is September 24th, but please keep September 10th open as we are working on a case for your consideration. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And minutes and resolutions. Do I have approval for the minutes from July, 25th? Meeting of June 25, 2012.
So moved.
So moved.
Yes.
Can I call for a vote? Can we do that by hand or? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you. And any commissioners, any AB 1234 reports? Seeing none. Commissioner comments? Sure.
I just want to ask a quick question. The resolutions that we have in front of us for this past meeting, there were some other resolutions from a previous meeting that were pulled and not approved. Are those still coming back before us at some point for approval?
Those are not coming back before you for approval, but we did make those changes per your direction, and in fact we had those for the chair's signature tonight.
Oh, great.
Any other comments? That being none, I'd like to go ahead and adjourn the Planning Commission meeting to 6:30 on September 10th. Thank you very much.
Is your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We're a movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the VC alert notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
If you live in the high-risk wildfire areas of Southern California, known as the urban interface, you also live with the year-round possibility of a wildland brush fire.
Southern California Fire Chiefs urge you to take personal responsibility and prepare now for this year's fire season. A new program can help. It's called Ready, Set, Go.
To get ready, a free wildfire action plan will help teach you to better prepare your home to be more fire resistant.
Are you set? When fire weather is predicted, monitor your local news for updates and prepare yourself and your family by having a disaster plan and checklist.
When the fire comes, don't wait for your local police officers to give you an evacuation order. Leave early and let your local firefighters work to save your home.
For your free copy of the Ready, Set, Go Wildfire Action Plan, visit your local fire department's website or your local fire station.
Free mulch is available to the residents of Thousand Oaks. This combination of leaves and wood chips helps maintain moisture and prevents weed growth. Bring a shovel and some sturdy plastic bags to the Goebel Senior Adult Center, located at 1385 East Jans Road. For more information, please dial 805-449-SAVE.
Perkins.
Yeah, Coach?
It's time to get back in the game.
I don't know, Coach. I feel kind of worn out.
Yeah, kid, I've noticed. That's why you need to get with the program.
The program?
Yeah, the Nike Reuse a Shoe program. That's where people can clean out their closets and bring all their old athletic shoes to any one of the approved sites for recycling. You see, instead of going to a landfill, they get ground up and used to make brand new athletic surfaces, like soccer fields, basketball courts, and running tracks. It's good for the environment and benefits the whole community as well.
Gosh, so how can I find out more?
Just call the City of Thousand Oaks at 805-449-SAVE. Or look them up on the web at www.toaks.org. Perkins, I know you're a team player, so get back in the game with the Nike Reuse a Shoe program.
Okay, Coach, I'm out of here.
That kid. He may not be MVP, but he's a real contributor.
There I was in another unbalanced relationship. I could borrow anything I wanted from my library unless it was in the reference section or nailed down. And what was I giving back? It was unhealthy. Now I've joined Friends of Libraries. I'm helping them raise money for children's summer reading programs, author events, computers. I feel good. Join your Friends of Libraries chapter. Just call your local library and they'll tell you how. This message is brought to you by Friends of Libraries USA. If you haven't been to the library lately, you're overdue.
Are you ready to adopt? Are you ready to adopt an oak tree?
Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me.
What do you think of it? Okay, you want that one? That's a good one, isn't it? It looks great. Honor someone special by naming an oak tree in their honor or memory while helping to preserve 15,000 acres of Thousand Oaks open space. There are 4 oak tree adoption categories, from a donor name plaque that is displayed at the Civic Arts Plaza for all theater patrons to see, to individual recognition by the Thousand Oaks City Council. Once adopted, your oak tree will be cared for by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org.
Name a monthly.
Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
The number one problem that we have is people wandering continuously. As we're trying to locate them, they're continuing to move further and further away from our location. Today we're looking for Trevor. He's 8 years old. He's got brown hair. He's about 52 inches tall. He's wearing a red t-shirt, short brown pants, tennis shoes. Medina and Holden, we're going to start on the east end and work in. And then Alarcon and Bachelor, so we're going to start at the Los Robles trailhead, and you're going to work up so that we cover the perimeter. Okay, grab your gear and let's get going. So the idea is to teach them to stay put in one spot and to remain calm so that we can find them quicker.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
Oftentimes when children become frightened and they hear searchers calling their name or calling for them, they think that they're in trouble.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
And it's important to educate them that they're not in trouble, that we're there to help them, we're their friends, and that if they hear their name being called, to yell out as loud as they can. It's a good idea anytime you go on a hike to carry a whistle with you, and also the whistle is obviously to signal rescuers so that we can locate you. It's easy to hear the whistle. The animals that you'll find in this area will not hurt you. If you hear things, not to be frightened, make a lot of noise, and chances are they're more afraid of you and they're going to run away. But what you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air. There's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened. You're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
Preventing thefts and burglaries from vehicles can be as simple as removing the valuables from your car and locking the door. Thieves use a variety of methods to get into cars. First and foremost, they're going to target the cars that are left unlocked. Other methods they use might be a Slim Jim or some kind of pry tool. They may even use a rock or a brick from your yard. One method that you wouldn't have thought of is a simple porcelain chip like this. Best way to avoid being a victim of this kind of crime: lock your car, but also remove the valuables before you go inside. For more information, contact our Crime Prevention Bureau at the Thousand Oaks Police Department. Thank you. Preventing thefts and burglaries from vehicles can be as simple as removing the valuables from your car and locking the door. Thieves use a variety of methods to get into cars. First and foremost, they're going to target the cars that are left. Preventing thefts and burglaries from vehicles can be as simple as removing the valuables from your car and locking the door. Thieves use a variety of methods to get into cars. First and foremost, they're going to target the cars that are left unlocked. Other methods they use might be a Slim Jim or some kind of pry tool. They may even use a rock or a brick from your yard. One method that you wouldn't have thought of is a simple porcelain chip like this. Best way to avoid being a victim of this kind of crime: lock your car, but also remove the valuables before you go inside. For more information, contact our Crime Prevention Bureau at the Thousand Oaks Police Department. Thank you.
Los Robles Greens, located in beautiful Thousand Oaks. Overlooking the breathtaking 18th hole, the strikingly designed banquet and community center is the perfect atmosphere to host weddings, receptions, banquets, corporate meetings, and any other special events. Whether it's formal or casual, the staff at Los Robles is committed to providing you with everything necessary to make yours an event to always remember. Los Robles Greens. To book our banquet facilities, visit us online at losroblesgreens.com.
Is this what comes to mind when you think of public transportation? Thousand Oaks Transit is new, improved, and ready to serve you more than ever. TOT uses clean-burning and low-polluting natural gas buses, complete with bike racks, spacious seating, and bilingual drivers. TOT services are offered Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park, and Westlake area with convenient stops at the City Transportation Center, Civic Arts Plaza, and many shopping centers. So pick up a bus schedule to find a convenient route near you. Next time you need to be somewhere local, let TOT do the driving for you. Thousand Oaks Transit. We're going places. Tired of high gas prices? Thousand Oaks Transit is here to help you. We operate Monday through Friday, serving Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park, and the Westlake area. Save big money and give TOT a ride. Thousand Oaks Transit. We're going places.
Is your business ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to assist my community in the face of a disaster. I'm aware of the local hazards that could affect my business, and I have an emergency business plan.
We are in movement towards a culture of business preparedness. I have secured our office equipment and improved the security on all of our computers. My employees know what to do before, during, and after disaster.
We are taking steps to be proactive, not reactive. My business is registered with the BC Alert Notifications, and I've reviewed my insurance policy with my agent.
I'm ready because I went to readyventuracounty.org.
Get a kit. Make a plan. Be informed today. Learn how at readyventuracounty.org.
If you live in the high-risk wildfire areas of Southern California, known as the urban interface, you also live with the year-round possibility of a wildland brush fire.
Southern California Fire Chiefs urge you to take personal responsibility and prepare now for this year's fire season. A new program can help. It's called Ready, Set, Go.
To get ready, a free wildfire action plan will help teach you to better prepare your home to be more fire resistant.
Are you set? When fire weather is predicted, monitor your local news for updates and prepare yourself and your family by having a disaster plan and checklist.
When the fire comes, don't wait for your local police officers to give you an evacuation order. Leave early and let your local firefighters work to save your home.
For your free copy of the Ready, Set, Go Wildfire Action Plan, visit your local fire department's website or your local fire station.
free mulch is available to the residents of Thousand Oaks. This combination of leaves and wood chips helps maintain moisture and prevents weed growth. Bring a shovel and some sturdy plastic bags to the Goebel Senior Adult Center, located at 1385 East Jans Road. For more information, please dial 805-449-SAVE.
Perkins.
Yeah, Coach?
It's time to get back in the game.
I don't know, Coach. I feel kind of worn out.
Yeah, kid, I've noticed. That's why you need to get with the program.
The program?
Yeah, the Nike Reuse a Shoe program. That's where people can clean out their closets and bring all their old athletic shoes to any one of the approved sites for recycling. You see, instead of going to a landfill, they get ground up and used to make brand new athletic surfaces, like soccer fields, basketball courts, and running tracks. It's good for the environment and benefits the whole community as well.
Gosh, so how can I find out more?
Just call the City of Thousand Oaks at 805-449-SAVE. Or look them up on the web at www.toaks.org. Perkins, I know you're a team player, so get back in the game with the Nike Reuse a Shoe program.
Okay, Coach, I'm out of here.
That kid. He may not be MVP, but he's a real contributor.
There I was in another unbalanced relationship. I could borrow anything I wanted from my library unless it was in the reference section or nailed down. And what was I giving back? It was unhealthy. Now I've joined Friends of Libraries. I'm helping them raise money for children's summer reading programs, author events, computers. I feel good. Join your Friends of Libraries chapter. Just call your local library and they'll tell you how. This message is brought to you by Friends of Libraries USA. If you haven't been to the library lately, you're overdue.
Are you ready to adopt? Are you ready to adopt an oak tree?
Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me.
What do you think of it? Is it good? You love that one? That's a good one, isn't it? It looks great.
Honor someone special by naming an oak tree in their honor or memory while helping to preserve 15,000 acres of Thousand Oaks open space. There are 4 oak tree adoption categories, from a donor name plaque that is displayed at the Civic Arts Plaza for all theater patrons to see, to individual recognition by the Thousand Oaks City Council. Once adopted, your oak tree will be cared for by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org. Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
The number one problem that we have is people wandering continuously. As we're trying to locate them, they're continuing to move further and further away from our location. Today we're looking for Trevor. He's 8 years old. He's got brown hair. He's about 52 inches tall. He's wearing a red t-shirt, short brown pants, tennis shoes. Medina and Holden, we're going to start on the east end and work in. And then Alarcon and Bachelor, you two are going to start at the Los Robles trailhead, and you're going to work up so that we cover the perimeter. Okay, grab your gear and let's get going. So the idea is to teach them to stay put in one spot and to remain calm so that we can find them quicker.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
Oftentimes when children become frightened and they hear searchers calling their name or calling for them, they think that they're in trouble.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
And it's important to educate them that they're not in trouble, that we're there to help them, we're their friends, and that if they hear their name being called, to yell out as loud as they can. It's a good idea anytime you go on a hike to carry a whistle with you, and also the whistle is obviously to signal rescuers so that we can locate you. It's easy to hear the whistle. The animals that you'll find in this area will not hurt you. If you hear things, not to be frightened, make a lot of noise, and chances are they're more afraid of you and they're going to run away. But what you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air. There's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened. You're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
Preventing thefts and burglaries from vehicles can be as simple as removing the valuables from your car and locking the door. Thieves use a variety of methods to get into cars. First and foremost, they're going to target the cars that are left unlocked. Other methods they use might be a Slim Jim or some kind of pry tool. They may even use a rock or a brick from your yard. One method that you wouldn't have thought of is a simple porcelain chip like this. Best way to avoid being a victim of this kind of crime: lock your car, but also remove the valuables before you go inside. For more information, contact our Crime Prevention Bureau at the Thousand Oaks Police Department. Thank you. Preventing thefts and burglaries from vehicles can be as simple as removing the valuables from your car and locking the door. Thieves use a variety of methods to get into cars. First and foremost, they're going to target the cars that are left.
Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA.
Oh, that's complete mark.
Up next, NASA Edge.
On TOTV, government television for the city of Thousand Oaks.
Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look
at all things NASA.
Oh, that's complete mark.
Welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
We're here at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, home of MMS, the Magnetospheric Multiscale Mission.
Or what we like to call the mission to study magnetospheres.
Thanks for the endorsement. Ordinarily, when we cover a mission, we're there right up against the launch date. In this case, we're getting in on the ground floor in the early stages of the mission.
And when we got here, I had an opportunity to talk to Tom Moore, who is the project scientist for MMS. Tom, talk to me about exactly what MMS is all about.
Well, it's about understanding how the sun connects to the Earth and transfers energy to it and drives space weather around the Earth. And what turns it on, what turns it off, what makes it violent, what makes it quiet.
And the area where this takes place is called reconnection?
The process is called reconnection. It goes on in two places, one on the day side of the Earth where the solar wind first encounters the Earth, and then the field lines move around, plasma moves around to the downstream side on the night and has to disconnect. So you get a connection and then a disconnection. Both of them are reconnection.
Now, why in the world would you put together a fleet of 4 different, I mean, it seems like pretty complex to put together one satellite, but why 4?
Right, well, as we fly in formation, we want a 3-dimensional picture of the magnetic reconnections. So if we have 4 spacecraft spread apart, then as this magnetic reconnection phenomena goes across the fleet, the scientists can get data from all 4 spacecraft and build a 3-dimensional model of what's happening.
What are the objectives of studying this part of the magnetosphere?
Well, we really want to get an understanding of the reconnection process, and that's what's going on in there and how does it then transfer energy into the Earth's magnetosphere and cause all the space weather effects that it causes.
And that's when we have issues like cell phone disturbance, satellites get...
GPS indications get confused at best. You get people that are traveling on transpolar cap flights will suffer radiation exposure because of energetic particles coming from the sun. You'll have currents induced in power lines on the surface of the Earth that can trip circuit breakers and shut down the power. So lots of effects.
I mean, this is an impressive space. It's very bright. I can see a lot of good work being done here, obviously. But what are some of the new things that you've employed here in this clean room that MMS might take advantage of?
Well, it's
It's a traditional class 10,000 clean room, so that means there's no more than 10,000 particles, half a micron size or larger, within a cubic foot of air. That's a standard requirement for an integration operation. What we added to this was we added an energy savings feature, which most clean rooms wouldn't look at. Performance of the clean room is very important. It's the paramount importance. You'd like to be able to save some energy because a clean room is really energy intensive. This clean room has the capacity to spin down to about half speed when the occupancy is not that big. We're going to use particle counters to find out when the room is clean enough to turn the fans down. Similarly, the lights themselves will come down to about a 60% lighting level. You need to maintain temperature, you need to maintain humidity, but there's really no need to circulate that much air in a low load condition. We're going to be able to save about 30% of the system's full capacity in energy use when we're in an off cycle, and that could save the center about $60,000 a year just in energy consumption alone.
That's awesome. And I see you've got this really interesting door.
Yeah, primary pieces of hardware will come in and out of here. Now, an important cleanliness requirement for a clean room is anytime you have a large opening, your air escapes. It brings the pressure way down. It exposes you to contaminants. We get a special door that can open and close in about 5 seconds. A standard roll-up door would take about 35 seconds, but that door will go up and down really fast.
In 5 seconds?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it would really, really shock you.
Yeah.
Another feature to this, outside where this door rolls up, it will spiral in on itself, but it won't press face to face. One of the concerns you have from contamination, if I roll that door up and that face of the clean room touches the outer surface of the clean room like a normal roll-up door, you contaminate it. So that door has the ability to spiral up and not touch surface to surface. Very special door.
That's awesome. Now, what are the orange pipes on the wall here near where the airflow?
That's actually our smoke detection system for the clean room. It's called a VESDA system, a very early smoke detection system.
Very early, huh?
Very early. There are little holes in the PVC, and it will pump some of the air from here to a sensor unit. And the sensitivity of that system is such that it can detect a smoldering PC board 2 days before it even fails.
So if one of the instruments on the satellite, or any satellite for that matter, is having some potential problems heating up irregularly, this system, before it fries, will let you know.
Yeah, not designed for that purpose, however, it's a nice ancillary benefit. Yeah, we should be able to detect an instrument issue long before it becomes an instrument issue.
That's very good. You always want to protect your instruments when you can.
You do.
Just like an aircraft will fly through the eye of a hurricane, MMS is doing the same in the magnetosphere?
Well, yeah, it's a nice analogy because we're going to the core of the phenomenon. We think that the reconnection region, the diffusion region, actually controls the whole region around that and turns on and off the reconnection process. So it's not a quiet eye of the storm, it's an active core of the storm.
You use GPS, but how do you use GPS in space to maintain your proper location?
That's a good question. GPS, most folks are familiar with. It tells you where you are in your car or on your cell phone. And the GPS constellation of satellites points down towards the Earth. So it works on Earth as you're driving around. But in space, we will be flying above that constellation. So we have a very sensitive receiver.
Recalculating.
Exactly. It can pick up our route and recalculate us and tell us where the spacecraft are.
Turn around when possible.
Okay, so these aren't fire and forget satellites. You'll actually, during the mission, have folks here on the ground that are actually sending commands to correct trajectory or orbit or things like that?
Yes. Periodically we'll need to adjust the formation, and also the scientists have input because they might want to look at phenomena that are very close together or very far apart. And so they will tell us, oh, we need a formation of such and such a size, so we will adjust the spacecraft to get to the size that they want. When the storm passes through us, it won't move us around like a storm would move ships or aircraft around. But what really moves us is the orbital mechanics of the Earth and the Moon. So we need to track our orbits very carefully and do maneuvers ahead of time, so when we get into the storm region, we're just in the right place in the right formation.
They're not following just a strict flight plan the whole time? I mean, that'd be the easiest way to stay in formation, right?
Right. Well, imagine we're going in an orbit shaped like an egg, and at a certain point of space, that's where the scientists think the storms are going to happen. So as we fly through that region, that's where we want to be in formation. So what we will do is we will track all the spacecraft so we know where they are, and then we'll do maneuvers with our thrusters, so when we hit that point in space, we're exactly where the scientists want us to be.
So like right during the storm, you'll open up the X-wing, so to speak,
exactly,
for
yes.
And not attack mode, but science mode.
Right.
It's a trap!
how long is the process from bare bones to being totally out?
I would say about 1.5 years to get all the pieces together, assuming that all the pieces come in at the right time. Sometimes, for whatever reason, something is late and we might have to wait to put on that piece.
I hate going to the spacecraft store and finding out the one.
It's tough, and it's not on sale at that time either.
That's right. You can 60 days, same as cash. I mean, you got to look for the right deal. Well, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
We look forward to finding more all about MMS 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'd really want to propose incorporating magnetosference into this whole mission. Like maybe we can develop a magnetosference scale.
No.
Hey, I had a great time here at the Goddard Space Flight Center.
Yeah, and the next time we see this clean room, it'll be full of people in bunny suits, spacecraft, instruments, the works.
And we'll also talk to engineers and scientists about their preparation for the MMS launch.
So stay tuned as we continue to provide coverage for the mission to study magnetosference.
Oh, you're going to stick with that, huh?
Yeah.
You're watching NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA. Why wouldn't I stick with it? They're magnetosference. That's perfect.
Of course.
Dying to get under there.
Yeah, go ahead and just get on your back and squirt through there.
Yep.
I'll come through next. Yeah. Oh, hey.
Oh, this is so cool.
So, as you get up, just watch your head because these are very delicate.
Are we both going to be able to get up?
Yeah,
okay,
you can go up on this one,
Okay.
I'll go up on this one.
All right.
So just watch your head when you kneel up. Just
I'll go forward.
Try not to bang your back on those things as you stand up.
We good?
All right, just be real careful when you get down off the stool that you don't bang into anything.
Will do. That wasn't me, by the way, folks. Just so you know.
Launch readiness model. VM. DLC. DLC go. DCC. DC go. FTS. FTS go. OTS. GC. DC go. OME. OME go. COM. DPS. Go.
Hey, welcome to NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
This is our special edition STS-125 vodcast.
We wanted to capture this real important story. We're here with Mike Weiss at NASA Goddard in the clean room. And actually, it's kind of an interesting story because back in September, right before Hubble SM4 launched, the Hubble Science Computer failed.
Right.
And I was sad. So I was in mourning, and I called Mike
You were shocked.
to express my condolences, if you will. And he surprised us with a lot of information. So, Mike, what exactly did you and the Hubble team do when you were faced with this complex problem?
We were all loaded into Atlantis, all 22,300 pounds of our hardware. We were ready to go. It was 17 days from launch. It was a beautiful, spectacular fall day. We were all driving to the airport to fly to Houston for our very last simulation. And we got a call from our control center. It said, we just think we had a hard failure on the science computer. You guys better turn around and come back to the control center. So we all jumped on our cell phones, called each other, and we decided almost everybody would go back to the control center and deal with that failure. A couple of us flew to Houston just so we could continue the simulation.
What actually does it do for the Hubble?
It is the thing that sends all the commands to the instruments and takes the science data and formats it and sends it back to the vehicle for transmission to the ground. So all the commands and all the data flow through the SIC and DH.
So in other words, without this device...
Without it, we could have a fully functioning spacecraft orbiting the Earth, but no science data flowing. And Hubble's got 5 science instruments on board. The agency made the instant decision to postpone the mission, give us a fighting chance of pulling the flight spare out of storage and getting it ready for flight. And the team instantly responded. We were pulling hardware out that very day. The folks in the water tank were looking at the procedures for doing this job. They were modifying hardware in real time at the water tank. I think it really demonstrates, you know, the real resiliency of this agency to respond to situations like this.
How long had that been in storage?
Since about 1992. That's when we took delivery of it. The Flight Spare was taken delivery in 1992. We absolutely didn't want to fly this mission and leave Hubble Space Telescope zero fault tolerant to science. You know, there was just no way the agency could do that. So we took a little bit of time to figure out what we needed to do to reconfigure what we had for flight, you know, get it tested, and then get it back down to Kennedy, and also figure out how to get it on board this flight and get it into the mission. You know, that was no easy task. We knew that with a little extra time, the crew had a fighting chance of getting a little more efficient at doing their EVA task. We actually brought the crew up here once a month from September to now to continue training on the instrument repairs and on SIC and DH. So the team didn't stand down at all. We were plenty busy. We went back into the water tank 4 more times, continued to train, did a lot of testing here at Goddard on the SIC and DH, environmental testing, performance testing, brought the crew in here so they could see the actual flight hardware, take their flight tools, put them on the flight hardware. The crew went back into our hi-fi simulator and continued training on the ACS repair task. And we actually came up with a few creative ways to make that task go a little bit faster.
Take us through your mindset, and you get the word that there's a failure on Hubble. I mean, what is going through your mind at that point as a manager? How are we going to do this daunting task in just 7 months?
On one of our previous flights, we had a reaction wheel fail 3 months before the flight.
Okay.
And we managed to pull that out of storage, get it tested, actually flew it in the crew cabin and, and got that on board. It was actually the last mission. Right? SM-3B, Mike Massimino did that task. We know this team knows how to respond very quickly, and we also know they are extremely creative. As a manager, we knew to just give our team time and let them think and let them work.
But the great thing about this mission is you have Mike Massimino, who is Astro Mike for your Twitter fans out there. So you have Mike Massimino and John Grunsfeld, who's actually serviced this Hubble before.
Twice.
So you've had some good experience out there, of course, with Scooter and Ray J as a pilot, and then, of course, Megan, Mike, and Drew, who are going to be the new astronauts.
Yeah. Which is, it's really interesting to think that they've gone through this before. I mean, is it a good idea to have Mike? I mean, maybe he's jinxing the whole thing. You know, I mean, don't tell him I said that, because he's tough. He's a tough guy. I mean, that's just a fantastic story, and that's why we wanted to come talk to you today because about this. Because in my mind, it was over. But it just goes to show that your team gets together, and the second you know, everybody just kind of pulls together and gets it done.
Yeah, they responded brilliantly, and they also came up with a way to get it on board our equipment, which was already down at Kennedy. We had taken it out of Atlantis. Fortunately, there was a spot, a physical spot on the Mule carrier, the multi-use logistics equipment carrier, the one that flies in the back. The folks at Kennedy figured out how to mechanically attach it. The folks here were testing it. The astronauts were training. The EVA folks were figuring out how to do the task, and we just walked through it. And at the end of the day, we delivered it early to Kennedy. We got it on board the Mule. The crew went down there and saw the flight hardware and flight configuration. And right now, our flight hardware is ready.
Hey, Mike, that was a fascinating story. Want to go head down to the launch?
You bet.
Let's go do it.
To Kennedy. You're watching NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Blair, luggage? Your luggage?
See you later.
Yeah, with all this luggage, you should try to squeeze some of this in the payload bay. Oh, that's not good. Thank goodness we're only going to Florida.
NASA Edge.
An inside and outside look at all things NASA.
Hey, we're here to talk about an exciting program called HiTherm, and with us we have Debbie Tomac, who is the project manager, and Tom Horvath, the principal investigator.
What is HiTherm? I mean, I did my research, but I'd like to hear what you guys have to say.
Yeah.
HiTherm is an acronym. We know we use a lot of acronyms with NASA, so of course we had to have one here, but our acronym stands for Hypersonic Thermodynamic Infrared Measurements.
Makes sense.
So what's that mean, Tom?
Well, actually, what we're trying to do is take a picture of the shuttle when it re-enters, where we can actually look at and infer from the picture how hot the vehicle was, measure its surface temperature.
Oh, wow. And what's the purpose of that?
After the Columbia accident investigation, we had a sensitivity to damage. The shuttle The lower surface of the shuttle here is actually comprised of over 10,000 of these little individual tiles that are actually bonded to the lower surface.
This is a non-damaged one.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is what protects the shuttle astronauts from the heat during
From the
entry.
heat, yes, okay.
Now, what's the difference between this tile and the one here? I see a protuberance.
That's the the doorstop version of the
Well-
Speed bump.
Speed bump, yes, very good.
When these tiles are butted up against each other, it sits like this, and you don't even see this thermal barrier. But occasionally during launch, there's a lot of shaking, rocking, and rolling.
Can't imagine that.
on the
What
set.
would be causing that?
And what happens is this gap filler will actually,
Gotcha.
come out of the flow. And we'll see that on orbit with the pictures. You guys have seen, a rock, a big boulder in the middle of a stream, and when the water level's really high, the water level's flowing over the rock, but it's still pretty smooth.
Okay.
But when the water level's really low, that boulder now sticks out out of the water and creates a lot of turbulence. White water for a kayaker, they love that.
Right.
But for an aerothermal guy like myself,
We're astronauts.
thing.
We're not
We're an
happy about that
astronaut.
as media astronauts.
This is representing a gap filler.
A gap filler. We wanted to understand better what the flow was, how it was behaving with these gap fillers. You guys have heard in the media the gap filler problem. We even saw an EVA by Steve Robinson where they repaired one. So what we have done is we've called this the Detailed Test Objective, a DTO, BLT, boundary layer transition, where HyTherm is a sister experiment to this BLT DTO. Sorry for all the acronyms.
BLT, I'm hungry now. We need lunch.
Boundary layer transition. Yeah.
Okay.
So what they've done is they've taken a tile, they've altered it, and put a fixed protuberance on there. It's a 1/4 inch.
the image you're looking at here was taken on a scaled model, about approximately that size, in our wind tunnels here at Langley.
Okay.
And we actually put a bump at model scale in the appropriate location on the wing.
Okay.
And this is actual data that we actually measured. This is what
From
the
a wind
camera
tunnel.
saw from a wind tunnel in our ground test facility.
I mean, I understand how you did that in a wind tunnel, but with STS-119, you're actually coming in out of orbit.
Why did you guys demonstrate how you took that picture?
Yeah.
And I can fly the shuttle.
So the
Sure,
shuttle.
because I'm a skilled shuttle pilot.
you're going to be...
Yeah, I'll be the shuttle.
Is this your first reentry?
No, I'm actually very skilled. I've done this in the simulator
Tom, you
many
okay with
times.
this?
Yeah.
And we have a
Okay.
scaled P3 Orion.
Now, granted, it is in the simulator.
You've undocked from the space station and you're getting ready to do the burn on the
The orbit
engines.
burn.
And so I do
coming
that.
in.
That sort of pitches me over like this.
Yes.
Right? I bleed off a little speed.
Right.
So you're initially about, 400,000 feet,
Yes.
Coming in.
Okay.
Mach 25.
And now I want you to see
P3.
my good side. What's the P3 doing?
The P3 is coming in. It's running a racetrack pattern. It's at about 28,000 feet. You're at, right when it captures it, about 180,000 feet. You're coming in, it's
I come in
swinging
like this,
around.
yes.
What we do is we bring it around to what we call the closest approach.
Okay.
Now, all the cameras are right here on the starboard side of the P3.
Okay.
So all the cameras are now looking at the belly. At this point, we're probably 23 nautical miles
Well, so I was
away.
curious about that because the scale isn't correct here, but
23 nautical miles, capturing the belly. It's kind of flying tandem with it.
yeah.
Capturing total about 8 minutes. Now, it's running kind of like a fat paperclip pattern. Racetrack pattern is what we'd call it. So we're still able to see the belly even then when it's out here. The cameras are still have somewhat of an optical view.
Now you mentioned that on the last mission where you actually got some data that it was there were weather concerns that allowed for a full even shot
Right.
here.
There were a lot of high cirrus clouds where we were at.
Okay.
So they were concerned that we weren't going to get anything.
Okay.
But the sky somewhat opened up. They were able to capture horizon to horizon, total of 9 minutes of video from the 180,000
Up here.
feet when you were up there,
Coming
running
down.
the racetrack, coming down, closest approach, 23 nautical miles, swing. And the nice thing about it is that we were able to see the belly the whole time.
The challenge really is if you think, Debbie, your aircraft is traveling, around 300 miles an hour. When the shuttle's flying overhead and when we're looking at it at closest approach, the shuttle's traveling over in 1 second over a mile.
Wow.
In 1 second. So
For this particular STS-119, we flew a one-orbit wave-off. So this crew had planned to run the racetrack down north of Cuba, South Key West. They had to deploy to a different location in less than 90 minutes because of the one orbit. So they had to change what they call their test support position. So they had to redeploy to that different location, then start that pattern up and wait for it to swing by, having been fed a whole new trajectory based on the one orbit wave-off. So the expertise of this crew flying this P3, you cannot, there's just nobody like them.
After this, at this stage, then orbiter's off to land, and then where do you land?
And then the P3 also lands at Kennedy, where they call it the skid strip, or they'll land at Patrick Air Force Base. It depends on where there's availability. And then we have part of our high therm team is deployed down there also, and we upload the data from their data systems on board.
All right, well, I'm going to land back at the studio desk.
Thanks for that demonstration. That was pretty cool.
Orbiter landed safely, by the way.
Got the gear down.
Oh, yeah, got the gear down. Everybody's home safe.
What did the data tell you compared to your wind tunnel data?
Oh, it was fantastic. I mean, I think within a few hours, Debbie holds up her cell phone.
Our very first image.
And
what was so exciting was that the whole mission planning phase of it, we thought we were going to capture what you're seeing right there on that surface.
With the protuberance right here.
The turbulent wedge created by the fixed protuberance on the tile. What we saw in our very first images is that not only had we captured that, which was our stretch goal, but we had captured what we call an ABLT, an asymmetric boundary layer transition that was occurring.
Something a very small imperfection, could be maybe something as small as 1/10 of an inch. And it caused an area of high temperature heating much larger than what you see on that wing. So most of the vehicle,
which we did not expect to see. It encompassed, it enveloped the whole
very dramatic. Wing. There are like a handful of thermocouples, temperature sensors located at strategic spots on the bottom of the shuttle, and we're able to actually correlate, the appearance of, when this area of turbulence appeared, and we can actually see the orbiter deflect its control surfaces. There was never any safety of flight issue, but you can actually see the shuttle responding to computer
in the
sensing.
loading because of the BLT, this asymmetric.
Now, the ABLT, did that affect your data at all that you're trying to look at?
Actually, no, it didn't. It was actually on the opposing wing. So I kind of reviewed it. The team viewed it as actually bonus data. So not only did we capture the heating temperatures within the flight experiment, but we actually now have data that we can go back and look at our tools to predict, when this occurs and when it does occur, how hot the shuttle gets.
How long did it take you to figure out kind of what it was that caused that? I mean,
Instantly. I mean, based on our ground-based tests, we've done a lot of testing that are similar to that. And I think some of the team thought that perhaps it was a sun reflection originally, but when Debbie...
That's what the cast glance crew thought at first. As they were capturing it, they thought it was just the sun reflecting off the surface. But now
Debbie pulled me aside and she showed me that image. I knew right away what it was.
So high therm pretty much knocks one out of the ballpark on the STS-119.
On the first go-around.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's awesome.
And what's interesting, we just demoed the pattern of cast glance, but they actually, because they were able to have such a good optical view at those higher Machs, we actually see that ABLT develop and fully develop to full transition over that trip. And that's something that's never been captured before, that type of development.
To know when it happens and when it does happen, what is the area of influence.
I understand that you're going to be doing, not with the protuberance, but you're actually going to be imaging Atlantis and STS-125.
This time around, we're going to actually, in addition to the aircraft, we're going to actually have a land-based telescope that will be sitting on the west coast of Florida.
The tricky part about high therm, we have all these optical assets, and we get these trajectories fed to us the last minute, and we've got to deploy them to the right spot.
I just see you guys in a F-150 driving around with a telescope on the back, and they're moving down the...
Pack it up.
Kind of like from the movie Twister. Just trying to find the right spot.
A little bit like that with the mobile team.
That's right.
We should be on that team.
We could be down there.
Maybe we should.
So we'll be seeing in the future high therm being involved in Constellation launch, Ares 1-X perhaps, or eventually Ares 1 in general and Ares 5.
That is if Debbie and I do our job correctly.
Correct. This is very exciting stuff, and I just want to give a shout out to Christina J. and the Inspire program, and Kirsten, who made the Inspire program, and even little McKinley, who wants to be an astronaut from Tennessee. Well, these guys don't just show up and get a job at NASA and are told what to do. They're inspired. They do this inspiring work, and these kids were inspired to eventually come in and do the kind of things you're doing for the space program. So thanks to you guys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming out.
Glad we could talk about it.
And hopefully we'll maybe see some of you guys down at STS-125 launch.
That's right.
I'll be there.
All right. Well, hopefully we'll catch up with you guys. And Mike Weiss, you're watching NASA Edge.
Hey, an inside and outside look at all things NASA.
I really want to get on that truck that's going around with the telescope.
No.
So did Blair show you his new custom space telescope?
Yeah, he thinks because we work on Hubble that he can just ask for advice anytime.
Oh, there's Blair.
Hey, guys.
Dude, he's doing a little stargazing?
That's funny. No, I'm about to make some modifications to my telescope, but I'm a little concerned about violating the factory warranty and whatnot. So what do you think, Mike?
Well, I think it could definitely use some help. And, you know, right about now, I'm thinking an NBL run.
Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory?
Yeah, you know, the place where we practice procedures underwater. Ooh.
You think you can work underwater with that?
It works for our team in Houston, but you think he'll remember to come up for air?
Hey, as we stand here in front of pad 39A, we see the beautiful Atlantis right here on the pad. RSS rollout just took place. What are some thoughts you have?
Well, it's just an awesome feeling. You know, Hubble's been a real roller coaster, ups and downs, ups and downs. This is a real up. You know, we're going to Hubble for the last time. Such a magnificent vehicle right there on the launch pad. The payload's all ready to go. Next time anybody sees it, it'll be 304 nautical miles above our head. You know, two magnificent flying machines will be united for the very last time.
Right.
You know, I think on a personal level, it's like sending a kid off to camp.
Right.
You know, you drop your kid off, they go off and explore, you come pick them up, and it takes forever to extract out of them what their experiences were. Well, we're about to go pick our kid up and then drop them off for the very last time.
Oh, that's a great analogy.
And it'll probably take forever to figure out everything that Hubble has found.
Now, after the launch tomorrow, what's your role?
Those of us on the Hubble program that are here will immediately fly to Johnson Space Center. We'll be on console in the Hubble control room as flight controllers.
All right.
And then right before landing, a couple of us will fly back here to cover the landing event here at Kennedy.
Now, Mike, you've been working on Hubble for quite a while now. What's going to happen once Hubble is you completed your mission? Time to move on to another project? It's going to be a sad day, or?
It'll be sad and it'll be happy at the same time. You know, a lot of people say, you know, how do you feel? This is the end. I don't think this is the end at all. I think it's the beginning of what NASA does next. And NASA's going to go on with the exploration program. You know, we're going to go back to the moon. We're going to go beyond the moon. Hubble has always been a pathfinder. This is the beginning of what NASA does next. And we all get to see a bit of history tomorrow with the last mission to Hubble, one of the last flights of the United States Space Shuttle. You know, and then as we leave Hubble for the very last time, there'll probably be a lot of tears in people's eyes waving goodbye. But at the same time, it's the beginning of what we do next.
Oh, yeah. Ron gave me a camera. I'm covering it for NASA Edge exclusive.
Oh, cool. We got a spot right here. Let's go.
Yeah, because look, this is where everybody. No, everybody thinks I got an angle, and I'm going to go shoot it. Now, trust me. I've got a special spot. It's perfect. Just trust me on this, okay? I know what I'm doing. STS 125, right here on the cards, buddy.
I'm going to go see Ron.
All right, you go do that. Ron gave me one of the prized NASA Edge cameras. I'm NASA Edge Cam 1 for the Hubble launch, shuttle launch. Oh, yeah, it's on. Good. Yep. There we go. We got the camera. Got the everything's working. There's the shuttle. Nice lightning protection system. A lot of commotion out here at launch day. Getting lots of. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Bring it into focus. There we go. Oh, there we go. Bring it into focus. Everything's sort of automatic. It's like anybody could shoot this kind of video. So I'm all set for the launch. I wish people would be quiet though. It's kind of hard to concentrate. Oh yeah, this is gonna be gold. Nobody saw this spot. Perfect for the launch. And looks like there are some fire ants around here.
But I'm ready. I can take one for the team. I'm cramping up. I hope this happens soon. Oh yeah.
Hey, wasn't it a cool launch?
Well, I mean, I'm optimistic. I got everything's right in line, so it should be. Yeah. Perfect. Where did the shuttle go?
See, right up there.
Where? But it's still on the pad. How did... Are you sure you're not using some filters? That doesn't make sense.
On the timeline for July 23rd. On this day in 1942, Army forces in the Pacific began the bloody 7-month Papua campaign against Japanese troops in New Guinea. On July 23, 1948, as Israelis took control of what had been Palestine, USS Putnam evacuated a United Nations team from the port of Haifa, becoming the first U.S. Navy ship to fly the United Nations flag. On this day in 1993, Lieutenant Sarah Deal became the first female Marine selected for naval aviation training. She would eventually pilot CH-53 helicopters. On July 23, 2002, the 1st Battalion of the Afghan National Army graduated from the Afghan Military Academy. Special Forces soldiers from Fort Bragg, North Carolina trained the 300-man Afghan battalion. For July 23rd, that's the timeline.
Are you ready to adopt? Are you ready to adopt an oak tree?
Oh, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me.
What do you think of it? Is it good? You love that one? That's a good one, isn't it? It looks great. Honor someone special by naming an oak tree in their honor or memory while helping to preserve 15,000 acres of Thousand Oaks open space. There are 4 oak tree adoption categories, from a donor name plaque that is displayed at the Civic Arts Plaza for all theater patrons to see, to individual recognition by the Thousand Oaks City Council. Once adopted, your oak tree will be cared for by the city or Caneo Recreation and Park District landscapers, depending on the location of the tree. Proceeds from your donation help to preserve and acquire additional open space in Thousand Oaks. If you would like to adopt an oak tree, call the City of Thousand Oaks or check out the city's website at toaks.org. Adopt an oak tree today and help preserve our open space for generations to come.
The number one problem that we have is people wandering continuously. As we're trying to locate them, they're continuing to move further and further away from our location. Today we're looking for Trevor. He's 8 years old. He's got brown hair. He's about 52 inches tall. He's wearing a red t-shirt, short brown pants, tennis shoes. Medina and Holden, we're going to start on the east end and work in. And then Alarcon and Bachelor, you two are going to start at the Los Robles trailhead, and you're going to work up so that we cover the perimeter. Okay, grab your gear and let's get going. So the idea is to teach them to stay put in one spot and to remain calm so that we can find them quicker.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
Oftentimes when children become frightened and they hear searchers calling their name or calling for them, they think that they're in trouble.
Trevor!
Trevor, can you hear me?
And it's important to educate them that they're not in trouble, that we're there to help them, we're their friends, and that if they hear their name being called, to yell out as loud as they can. It's a good idea anytime you go on a hike to carry a whistle with you, and also the whistle is obviously to signal rescuers so that we can locate you. It's easy to hear the whistle. The animals that you'll find in this area will not hurt you. If you hear things, not to be frightened, make a lot of noise, and chances are they're more afraid of you and they're going to run away. But what you might think is an animal may be one of us coming to find you, and if you remain quiet, we're not going to hear or see you. Make yourself large. Oftentimes we use helicopters to locate our subjects from the air, and they can't see somebody who's standing straight up or standing in the bushes. If you hear a helicopter overhead, it's important to step out into an open area away from the tree and lay down on the ground and spread your arms and legs out, make yourself as big as possible so that you're visible from the air. There's a lot of people out looking for you, and that when you hear people calling your name, not to be frightened. You're not in trouble. Those are just a lot of people that care about you.
What happened?
Are you okay? You been lost? You're not hurt or anything, right?
And they're out there to help find you, so bring you home safely.
Preventing thefts and burglaries from vehicles can be as simple as removing the valuables from your car and locking the door. Thieves use a variety of methods to get into cars. First and foremost, they're going to target the cars that are left unlocked. Other methods they use might be a Slim Jim or some kind of pry tool. They may even use a rock or a brick from your yard. One method that you wouldn't have thought of is a simple porcelain chip like this. Best way to avoid being a victim of this kind of crime: lock your car, but also remove the valuables before you go inside. For more information, contact our Crime Prevention Bureau at the Thousand Oaks Police Department. Thank you. Preventing thefts and burglaries from vehicles can be as simple as removing the valuables from your car and locking the door. Thieves use a variety of methods to get into cars. First and foremost, they're going to target the cars that are left.
Good morning and welcome on behalf of the New West Symphony League. We're glad that you joined us this morning. Saturday evening's concert will feature an innovative pairing of musical and visual arts. Students from Cal State University Channel Islands have prepared this original artwork to accompany Rimsky-Korsakov's Scheherazade. This morning we're going to not only see the art, we're going to get to meet those artists. They are Kelly Denton, Erica Craig, Nan Kane, Jonathan Larva, and Ashley Norman. Our musical treat this morning will be offered by Danielle Belen, a rising star in the classical music galaxy and the concert master for this weekend's performances. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome Maestro Brat, Danielle, and Kelly. Let's give them a big hand.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you all again. Today we have a real treat because normally, we all go to concerts, and the question I'm most often asked by audience members is, what am I supposed to see or think about when I hear this music? What does this music mean? And of course, in the case of a Beethoven symphony, it's rather difficult to explain what it might mean, or in the case of a symphonic work or a sonata, because usually composers deal with musical material rather than visual material. But in the case of today's program, we're going to discuss a work that very definitely has a story connotation, that of Scheherazade by Rimsky-Korsakov. The tale of 1001 Nights has been a tale that has fascinated people throughout the ages. The idea of infidelity, of course, is something that we're all concerned about. And it seems that the inspiration for this was a certain sultan who had married a young lady and discovered, quite to his chagrin, that she'd been unfaithful to him. And he was very disturbed about this, and of course he had her head cut off. But then he decided that all women were fickle. So he thought, well, I will marry them, and then after spending a night with them, I'll have their head cut off, and then we can go to the next one, because that way I won't be embarrassed by their infidelity. This all makes logical sense, doesn't it? Until he was finally introduced to the daughter of the vizier of his court, and fell in love with her, or in lust with her, we're not exactly sure, they don't tell us, and said, okay, I would like to marry this young lady. Because she was extremely clever, this young lady, Scheherazade, that was her name. And she spent the night with him, but prior to that, she began to tell him stories. And she would never finish the story. She would always sort of leave him hanging, like a television sitcom. You never know what's coming next. And so he was quite intrigued. And apparently this went on for 1001 nights. And obviously after that period of time, he gave up. And so presumably they stayed married. So this is a word to the wise for all young couples, considering marriage and not wanting to have their heads cut off. It's a good idea to keep telling stories and never get to the end. So musically, we thought that it might be kind of fun, not just to rely on the music alone, but rather to invite some artists, some wonderful artists from California State University Channel Islands, to create works of art inspired by that music. And so we, thanks to Jack Riley, who is the head of the arts department, we met with a number of artists that he'd chosen, and in fact they chose, listening to the works, movements that they would describe within their art. But before we do that, I thought it might be an idea for you to listen from the standpoint of Rimsky-Korsakov's composition, to his voice of Scheherazade. And the voice of Scheherazade is performed by our concertmaster, who has a variety of solos based on a pretty similar theme, depicting, I suppose, each one of these tales told in a different way. And Danielle Belen is now going to perform several of those cadenzas that interrupt the movements of each of the pieces, as to give us a taste, a feel for what we're to expect and what the art, in a sense, is helping us describe. So as a contrast, you want to give me, perhaps, or give us another one of the cadenzas based again on that theme?
Yes, I would
that
like
so
to.
captivated the Sultan?
This is, I think, a little bit more of Scheherazad's darker side coming out, telling maybe the same story.
Thank you, Danielle. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Kelly Denton, who is the first victim. And Kelly, perhaps you might like to tell us just a little bit about yourself and your field of study and what type of art you like to deal with in your painting.
Certainly. Good morning, Boris. Good morning, everyone.
Let's have a look. Nope. I think they've taped over it such that it should be on, but it's not. I think you might like to have a look at this one. Presumably we can cut this out of the tape. Okay. All yours, Kelly.
Good morning, Boris. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelly Denton. I am a graduating senior at California State University, Channel Islands, and my emphasis in the fine arts department is illustration. So I create works based on stories and also on other types of poetry and the written word.
So can you tell us what you were influenced by in the music? How did you set about to describe this movement that you chose in a pictorial way?
Sure. I chose the movement, The Sea in Sinbad's Ship, which basically encompasses many of Sinbad's journeys and travels. So I named my work The Journey. It's loosely based on this. Basically, I closed my eyes, I listened to this movement, and this is what I envisioned. It's a work beginning with a sea serpent engulfing a Sinbad's ship, or a seafarer's ship, with a male figure climbing up a cliff into an enchanted forest. So it basically, it is the first work here right on the left. And I envisioned an enchanted journey filled with beautiful imagery, and also the figure up above is Scheherazade, and she is creating this world with her fingers and with her hands, and she's basically creating the world.
That's wonderful. Very interesting. Now, you've also choreographed details of the work such that the work isn't really revealed in its entirety until the end of the movement. We see various details of the work, and you've listened to the music and choreographed it in such a way that the images that will appear on the screens will eventually kind of end up with our seeing the whole of the work. Is that right?
Exactly. Yes, I began with just small details of my piece and revealed more and more as the movement went on, and revealed the final full piece at the end.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Kelly Denton.
Thank you.
Now, Danielle, while we set up for our second artist, perhaps you could tell me a little bit about what you are doing these days. I understand that you have a music camp in the summer.
I do. I'm a very passionate teacher in addition to performing. And I have started a music camp for incredibly gifted students, and it's held in Three Rivers, California. It all came about actually because my parents, a year and a half ago, retired up in Three Rivers. Some of you may have heard of Three Rivers before. It's beautiful. It's right at the gateways to the Sequoias, at Sequoia National Park. And my background, having studied the violin from a very young age, I would go to summer camp, and music summer camp is one of the most powerful times for a young musician to hone their skills and really focus on their instrument. And I was lucky to participate in a camp called Encore, School for Strings in Ohio, and that really made a deep impression on me, leading to my professional career. The work that I got done that summer was unlike anything I had gotten done during the school years, with so many other things going on academically. So when my parents moved to Three Rivers, I saw this place and I thought, wow, this reminds me of a wonderful summer retreat. And at first I thought, oh, maybe I'll invite a few of my students up to crash on the floor at my parents' house, and we'll have a little pizza party and practice and then a concert. And I met this man named Bill Haxton, who was incredibly passionate. He lives in the town, incredibly passionate about bringing a high-level music festival to his town. So we met, and sparks just flew, because I had these students, he had the drive, he had the audience, and so my little, my little sleepover at my parents' house turned into a 2-week-long summer camp. And since then, we've become a nonprofit organization. We have students coming from all over the world. We have a couple students coming from Korea and one from Bulgaria, and many from the East Coast, and many from the Colburn School where I teach in Los Angeles. So it's a small program right now. It's about 20 students, and it's focused on solo playing and chamber music, and they get lessons nearly every day. So it's a very intensive environment, but lots of fun things to do because of the park being there. Last year we took all the kids up and they saw bears, and they were, most of these kids had never seen a bear in their life. So it was, it's really thrilling, and I stand back and watch, and I can't in disbelief that this has all happened so quickly. And anyway, I'm really proud of it. It's called Center Stage Strings, and we, of course, have a website and a video and all kinds of things you can find out about on the internet.
That's wonderful. Now, you are going to play for us again, and I understand you're going to play a piece of music from a recording that you've just made by Naxos. Could you tell us a little bit about it, and then perhaps play the first piece?
Yes, I'd be happy to. In 2008, I won the Sphinx competition, and one of the prizes was to record a CD under the Naxos recording label, which was just a dream come true. And they asked me to pick one American contemporary composer to feature all of his works for violin on a CD. And that CD has just come out, and his name is Lawrence Dillon, the composer I chose, and I'm so happy that I met him, and we now have a friendship, and I've learned all the stories behind his pieces. The piece I'm going to play for you right now is actually the very first thing I heard that kind of got me hooked on his music, and it's a short piece. And I'm kind of a sucker for anything with a corny name. So it's called Mr. Blister.
Thank you, Danielle. Well, it's now my great pleasure to introduce you to Erica Craig, who is the next artist of our 5 artists. I'm going to ask you, Erica, please, to tell us, first of all, a little bit about yourself.
All right. Well, I'm happy to be here. I'm a junior right now at Cal State Channel Islands. I do both painting and illustration, so you don't get to see my illustrative side today. My painting is the second one right there. I do a lot of portraits, so I kind of decided to concentrate on the storyteller in this work.
And which movement are you depicting in this work?
The second movement, it's called the Calendar Prince, who you don't see, but...
Well, describe the painting for us. Yeah. What are we supposed to be looking at in the painting? What influenced you, and how you relate that particularly to the music?
Okay. Well, the music to me seemed very strong and adventurous and free. And I think of Scheherazade as a strong woman. I mean, she's the female artist, the creative mind. And so the composition is really following her pose and following her story. She's also weaving this world or conjuring up these images.
And what's the reference of the snake in this?
Well, there's a part in the middle of the movement that gets quite sudden and quite fierce, and that's where the snake comes in threatening her. It kind of incorporates the Sultan too. She's really telling stories for her life.
Yes, indeed, of course. Absolutely. Well, it's a very inspiring painting. Thank you so much.
It's beautiful.
Danielle, tell me a little bit about the Sphinx competition that you won.
The Sphinx competition is very special to me. It's a competition for Latino and African American string players. And the Sphinx organization actually is so much more than the competition. They have all kinds of community engagement programs. They provide instruments to kids in low-income areas. They have a virtuoso orchestra made up of Latino and African American musicians that tours the world. They have built partnerships. It's run by a man named Aaron Dworkin, and you may have heard of him before. He was actually in People magazine a couple years ago as one of the, top 50 entrepreneurs of the year or something like that. And he started this organization from nothing, and it's grown. I think it's in its 11th year now. And he has built relationships with all kinds of orchestras, from the Pittsburgh Symphony to the Cleveland Orchestra, San Francisco Symphony, Colorado Symphony, I mean, you name it, Boston Pops. And so when I won the competition, almost immediately, I mean, I would say it was a month later, that I started getting calls from these various orchestras asking if I would like to appear as a soloist with them. And I always tell my friends this competition is like the jackpot of all competitions, because, you know, you win a competition and sometimes you get some money and you maybe get to solo with an orchestra and do a recital or something like that. And with this orchestra, it just, I mean, this is 3 years later and I'm still reaping the benefits. And in fact, they gave me an award last year called the Sanford Allen Award, and it was a gift of $5,000, which I have in turn put towards my camp to fund scholarships. So, so I think we're going to start building a relationship where my camp will provide scholarships to Sphinx musicians.
What's the idea of Sphinx? When I think of the Sphinx, I think of this
very
silent Egyptian
I'm ashamed to
figure.
say I actually don't know. I don't know what.
Well, we'll have to find out and put it on our web. Because I was
will.
always intrigued with the word Sphinx.
I know, it doesn't
what it had to do with
connotate-
Latino Americans, African Americans, you know, apart from being at the extreme north end of the African continent, I couldn't figure out what the relationship
You
really
asked me a
was.
question I do not know.
Oh, good.
But you'd think I talk about Sphinx so much, I should probably figure out what the title is.
Probably a good idea.
Probably a good idea.
Tell me a little bit about Scheherazade as a work. From your standpoint as a concertmaster, because you have a duality of role.
Yes.
You're both the protagonist, Scheherazade, in all these incredibly difficult, and she plays these with such ease you wouldn't know that they were hard to play. They're extremely difficult, very exposed both from an intonation and technical standpoint, as well as an inspirational standpoint, because she's telling the story that the artists are depicting in visual terms, but she's doing it orally, so that you kind of get the message through her performance. And then she has to turn around and lead the orchestra in the orchestral part. So there's the duality of that role. Tell me about some of the challenges.
There is the nature of playing concertmaster is this duality of roles, and switching from being a team player and leading your section and being, you know, enrapturing your sound within everybody's sound. And then within an instant, you have to be a soloist and put on a totally different hat, you know, kind of become a little bit of a diva for a few seconds and then go back. And actually in Scheherazade, there's very little time at the beginning before the first solo comes in. So I'm kind of in the mood of Scheherazade from the very start of the piece. But then it goes on for quite a while with many different characters before the theme has to come back again. And this work, Scheherazade, is one of the foundations of a concertmaster's solo repertoire. This and Strauss's Heldenleben are probably two of the biggest concertmaster solos. They're weaved throughout the piece, as opposed to most pieces where there's a little concertmaster solo kind of stuck in the middle there. This really goes throughout it. So it's kind of a dream to be able to actually play it with the orchestra. You know, I've played it for so many auditions, and I've actually done it once with orchestra before, but it's been a long time. So this is really an honor for me to be able to play it, and with such a wonderful orchestra. So yeah, it's a challenge. It's a challenge, though.
You're going to play for us again. What?
I think I'll play a little more Scheherazade.
Oh, good. Okay.
So this is kind of a mix of the very sweet theme, the very sweet story that she's telling, and then immediately you'll hear when it becomes fiery and impassioned and almost angry. Which to me, actually, this excerpt kind of, although it's not the exact movement that she was depicting, this picture speaks to me for this particular excerpt.
Well, it's my pleasure to introduce our third artist, Nan Kane, who's actually created two pieces for us from an artistic point of view. Nan, perhaps you might tell us a little bit about your own career as an artist first.
My career goes back quite a ways. I'm a retired graphic designer, but I have to tell you that this opportunity to illustrate this beautiful music goes back a lot farther for me. My grandfather was a frustrated artist. He wrote an opera, he wrote music, he painted, and our home was always filled with Rimsky-Korsakov's music, Stravinsky's music. It was a heyday in New York of those kinds of performances that were going on with Stokowski and other great composers and concertmasters. When this opportunity came up, I have to tell you, I cried. It was as though something from my childhood, the music I'd grown up with, was now once again in my life. Going back to school has been just the most fulfilling thing and challenging thing that's ever happened to me, and I never expected it at my age. So taking on this piece and this project, it means a great deal to me, personally.
That's wonderful.
That's where I'm coming from.
So tell us a little about the music that you chose to describe and how you chose to describe it.
Well, the fourth movement, which is the end of the piece, has a lot of the dance sounds to me. To me, the piece always was a dancing orchestral piece.
It's interesting. From my knowledge, it's never been turned into a ballet. It would make an ideal ballet.
It was
really
a ballet, in fact.
Oh, really? Because I didn't know that. Yeah.
When it was written, it wasn't written as a ballet.
No, it was not. I know that.
But Serge Diaghilev of Ballet Russe put it on. You know, in that day, ballets and concerts were the entertainment. And he was always looking for new sounds and new things.
Yes,
They put on Firebird, the Stravinsky, and those things. Well, this was one of the great ballets they put on. Leon Bakst, who is famous as a costume designer and set designer, did these fantastical costumes for the dancers. And the Orient was so exciting and interesting and exotic to people in the audience then. So this production itself was a huge success.
It's a shame that it's not in anyone's repertoire. I mean, I spent 3 years at the Royal Ballet, and I never heard of it. This is the first I hear of it.
That is a shame. That is a shame, because the music lends itself to dance,
certainly does.
Which is why I've chosen that as the subject of my first painting. She is moving to that music, and it moved the way the music moved me. The reason I did the second painting is that in that movement, even though you're listening to that tremendous crescendos as they're building, if you've been paying attention to the news in the last month, there is no way I could think about the Middle East and Baghdad without thinking about what's going on in the Middle East. And that was at the back of my mind as I finished my first painting. And I painted the second one, which is an urban scape of Baghdad. And in fact, the minaret and the mosque in the picture, they're very delicate. I handled them as though they were just little jewels in the middle of that city that's in the midst of all that turmoil. And I hope that that message comes across, that about the way I felt about it. I just felt compelled to paint that. That happens to be the square where Saddam Hussein's statue was toppled, and those fires burning in the distance are where he set fire to the oil wells. So there's some accuracy in it, but I didn't want to handle it too heavily. It has some joy in looking at the mosque and those things that are precious in our culture.
Thank you very much, Nan. We really enjoyed looking at your work, and we'll enjoy seeing it and hearing it come together. Danielle, what are you going to play for us next?
Well, is this the last time I'm going to play, or am I going to play 2 more times?
I hope you're going to play 2 more times.
Okay, then I will play maybe yet one more Scheherazade.
Okay.
And then
we'll see what happens next.
We'll save the surprise for later. Speaking of the dance, I think I will play the most dance-like section. Most of the solos, most of the concertmaster solos are very free, and he writes, cadenza or recitative. But this one is actually within the orchestra, and it's quite rhythmic, and I think it's very dance-like.
Well, it's my pleasure to introduce you now to Ashley Norman.
Hi, Boris.
Ashley, hi. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Very well, thank you. What inspired you to choose this movement particularly?
I went through all of the music and I listened to it, and it's all really inspiring. I came up with so many pictures, but in my other works outside of Scheherazade, I'm kind of a romantic. I paint a lot of feelings, and this piece was the most romantic piece, and it was the thing that I identified the most with. That's how I chose it.
Now, tell us a little bit about your own background personally.
I took a lot of time off from school. I came back when I was 22. I'm now 27, and I'm graduating soon. Wonderful. Finally! I originally went to school for medicine, and I decided that I couldn't live without art. So I dropped all of that and went back to my passion, and I've been painting ever since.
Can you help describe your painting to us in terms of the way it relates to the music and also how you painted it?
Yeah, of course. So my piece is the second from the end. When I first listened to the music, I sat down and I made probably 100 sketches. I went through so many ideas, and I was so frustrated because I wanted so much for it to be just epic. I wanted the most beautiful illustrative piece that I could do to express this music. And I was so tired when I got home. I fell asleep listening to that music, and that was what I dreamt about. And so that was what I said, okay, well, that's somebody whispering in my ear and saying, this is what you need to do. So that's what I painted.
Describe it to us.
Well, there's the young prince and the princess, and they're coming up out of the ground. They're growing as their love for each other is growing. There's... you can't see it probably from the audience, but behind them, their crowns are made out of dewdrops strung on spider webs. There's a bird playing the violin, because if you listen to the music, there's a part where the violin is kind of chattering, and it sounds like a bird. And there's a part where there's kind of a fluttery violin sound, and it sounds like butterflies flying all over the place. And I thought, well, she's in love. She's got butterflies coming in out of her stomach. The bird is also the keeper of the night and the keeper of dreams. That's what's in her skirt. And then there's a sleeping goat, because it's all about innocence and purity.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing them both together, listening and singing together.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ashley. Danielle, tell me a little bit about your recording a little, because you're going to play some of your recording, are you, at this point? So perhaps you might like to tell me a little bit about it.
Yes, so it's a very eclectic CD, even though it's one composer. He has a lot of different styles that he writes in. What I played for you today was sort of his like rock and roll side, but he also has a very, very humorous, very witty side, as you could probably tell by his name, Mr. Blister, of that piece I played a minute ago. On the CD, there are also many different instruments that sort of accompany me and that I worked with. One in particular that I've never played with is the marimba. There's a piece for violin and marimba that's just really beautiful and calm and soothing. I don't think I'll be able to play that for you today. There's also a duet for violin and viola, which Boris heard the other day at a recital I performed. And a good friend of mine recorded that with me. Also a Sphinx winner, Juan Miguel Hernandez, recorded this piece. It's called Bacchus Chaconne. And if any of you are familiar with the Bach Chaconne, which is sort of a monumental classical piece, Bacchus Chaconne is sort of a little, again, kind of a little bit of a rock and roll nod to Bach's work. And there's also many pieces with piano. And in a bit, you're going to hear one more instrument played by Boris that you may have never, ever, ever heard with the violin, and you probably will never hear again. But I'm going to play. I'm going to play for you right now a movement from Lawrence Dillon's work called 15 Minutes, which refers to, you know, the saying everyone has their 15 minutes of fame. And these are actually 15 little 1-minute pieces. And I'm going to play one of my favorites for you right now. This is called Foolery. I like that piece because you can almost hear the laughing behind it. And
it's very humorous. It's wonderful.
Boris, can I invite you to come and play a
well,
piece
not
with
just
me?
yet.
Not just yet?
Not just yet.
Oh,
come and sit down. I'm going to have to introduce, first of all, Jonathan.
Okay.
Please welcome, or help me welcome, Jonathan Lareva. So, Jonathan, tell us a little about yourself, and then a little bit about the piece of art that you've created for us.
Well, I'm a junior at Channel Islands, and I'm majoring in art, and I'm minoring in English. So I really want to incorporate, story into my art, and I want to get into the comic industry and graphic novels and that kind of thing. And I thought this was perfect because it's a really cool story that this symphony was based off of, and I had the fourth movement because that was the last one left. Girls get to pick the movements first.
Well, that's the most unfortunate. How did you manage to find yourself in that situation?
I don't know, but I like this movement a lot, so it worked out.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. So tell us what we should look for in your piece.
Well, in the movement, I think it was Shipwreck, there's just a lot of intense moments and tension building, and I just wanted to create tension in my picture, like a cool adventure scene with Sinbad, and how Scheherazade always left it to the next night, like I'll tell you more next night. Well, you don't know what's going to happen next, so it's kind of leaving that tension. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, thank you very, very much. We look forward to seeing your painting and juxtaposed with the music.
Thank you.
Okay. So now, the surprise. Have we come to the point of the surprise?
I think we have.
Okay. All right.
So I'm going to invite Boris to come with me over here and reveal his wonderful instrument.
First of all, I got this last night at the rehearsal. This is a kazoo. And I love kazoos. They're wonderful. Except I had some difficulty deciding which end to blow into this morning, but I finally was set right by Danielle. So we're going to play this thing now. It's called Dissonance, whether by intention or perhaps the fact that they expect whoever is going to sing into this will not sing exactly in tune. I'm not sure, but we can expect some dissonance.
Boris is such a good sport for doing this. I sent him a little email 2 days ago. I said, how great would this be if you played the kazoo with me? And he said, sure, why not? So this is dissonance. Bravo.
Sticking to it.
It was great.
Fun. Thank
was
you.
great.
It was a lot of fun. We mentioned this role of concertmaster and the challenges that it provides. Your life is very multifaceted. You talked a little bit about the challenges of being a concertmaster. You played with us for a while as in the position of associate concertmaster. You also have a distinguished solo career as a result of the Sphinx competition that you played with the Philadelphia Orchestra and most of the major orchestras around the United States, which is really wonderful, and we're very proud of you for that. But you didn't speak very much about your teaching role outside the camp. So tell me a little bit more, or tell us a little bit more about what you're doing as a teacher.
I do wear a lot of hats, and increasingly teaching is becoming my primary hat, and I couldn't be more happy with that. I'd say it's always kind of been in my personality to tell people what to do.
I see.
So it only, no. I always was interested in how things work on the violin, and I always found myself being a little more analytical than some of my friends and figuring out, you know, how come some people sound like this and some people sound like this? How can I get my students to always sound like this and be the one standing in front of an orchestra? And I've had the extreme privilege to work alongside my teacher and mentor, Robert Lipset, who teaches at the Colburn School, and which is, if you haven't heard of it, it's sometimes called the Juilliard of the West. It's really a rising star in music conservatories around the world. And I studied there for a couple years, and Mr. Lipset started to see that I had a couple of students of my own that he was watching them and watching them steadily improve, and I even had a student get accepted into USC. And so little by little he asked me if I would like to work with some of his younger students, little by little. And when I say younger students, I mean, some of you may be familiar with Mr. Lipset. His students are incredibly gifted. I hate to use the word prodigies, but they truly are. And so I had the privilege of working with some of these kids and learning to teach at that kind of level, how to take something that's, you know, very good already and make it world class. So he would increasingly give me more and more responsibility until I graduated from Colburn, and it became official that I was his teaching assistant. And by then I'd already sort of built my own studio. I had about 5 or 6 students, and so in addition to being his assistant at the conservatory, I was also very privileged to joined the faculty of the prep school program there at Colburn. Colburn has two main divisions, the pre-college program, the prep school, and then the conservatory, which is very elite by audition. So since then, I've developed my studio, and I have about a dozen students now. And I see many of them multiple times a week. In fact, last night after rehearsal, I got back and I saw my student at about 10:30 at night because she's getting ready for competition. And this is what my teacher always did for me. You know, it wasn't just once a week, here's an hour and you're out, you're done. No, it's really a level of dedication to each and every one of your students. I just really love it, and I'm very passionate about it. And the biggest thrill for me is to work with a student on a piece and then see them on stage soloing with an orchestra, having to stand on their own 2 feet and do it. And they're always successful because we always pull out all the stops and make sure that they're extremely prepared. And it's just really, really thrilling.
What about starting a young person? Because I think one of the greatest challenges we hear about El Sistema, for example, as being an ideal system that young people can get involved in. One of the challenges, I mean, we both play the violin. I studied the violin as a student, as a young kid, and I think there are problems with starting the violin. It doesn't come easily. With a piano, you can put your finger on a note and immediately you hear a sound. With a clarinet, as soon as you figure out what to do, you know, in terms of allowing the mouthpiece to buzz, you can get a half-decent sound. In the violin, it's counterintuitive completely. We're not meant to describe, our arms are meant to describe an arc like this, not to pull a bow across a string perpendicular to a string in this particular direction.
Pretty much everything about the violin is completely counterintuitive.
Absolutely. You know, we vibrate. This is a natural way to wave with your hand. Now all of a sudden turn it around and do it this way. You know, it completely twists your body. It's almost as bad as dancing. You know, because as far as dancing ballerinas are concerned, they are continually contorting their bodies in such a way that you know, they have to stop at a certain point, otherwise they create all sorts of problems for themselves. And it's also true in music that unless you really learn how to play in a way that will allow you to play in a relaxed and non-tense fashion, you can also do yourself a lot of harm.
And I feel pretty strongly about this topic, actually.
So talk about it. That's why I know it. That's why I asked.
Because there are, I don't teach a lot of beginners, but I have some young, very gifted students that have studied for a couple years, and I see over and over again that many teachers, most teachers, assume that because a kid is 7 or 8 or 6 or 7 or 8, that all they want to do is play pieces for fun and not focus on anything in particular. And what I found is, you know, I have a little 8-year-old girl that I could work with her for 2 hours. Now she has a very high level of focus. She's very smart, very gifted. But the kinds of things that you'd be surprised that little kids want to work on. You know, little kids would love to have a wonderful bow hold, and it's not that hard to teach it when they're 5 or 6. It's very difficult to reconstruct a bad bow hold when they're 18 or 19, which is probably 90%, including myself, 90% of what happens to most people. And some kids, you know, they get away with murder things that they do, and it's not because they don't want to learn. It's because the teachers assume, oh, they're young, it'll fix itself. No, it doesn't fix itself. I see that over and over. There are certain things that with age just don't. Like you said, it's so unnatural. You know, just because you get older doesn't mean all of a sudden you're going to learn how to pull a straight bow. In fact, it's quite the opposite. You're going to learn how to do the incorrect bow hold over and over millions of times. And
how long do you recommend that kids starting practice?
How long every day should they play?
Day do you recommend?
Well, I think the best thing is, if at all possible, for a teacher to see a beginning student multiple times in a week for short periods of time. Like a 20-minute lesson can do wonders, or a 20-minute practice session can do wonders if it's if it happens enough. Something my teacher said that was really interesting one time is when you watch these Olympic gymnasts that train, and it's a little bit similar. You have a teacher, it's very intense, you're going to competition, and those Olympic gymnasts, they actually have their teachers with them every time they practice. So they never practice anything incorrectly. Their teachers are always there. You see them all on their bars everywhere, and the teacher's kind of watching all of them. Well, you can't really do that with violin. You can't have all the kids out there practicing and watching them.
But yet in the system, El Sistema, for example, or in the Suzuki method, they believe very much in this business of teaching in groups because they want to make it as much as possible fun.
Right.
It's a matter of also being challenged by your colleagues.
Right, but there has to be, even in El Sistema, there has to be a certain amount of private attention. Even if it's kind of within a group context, you pull a kid aside and you work with them privately. It's the nature of the instrument. Sure. I think that you have to every kid is so different, which is another fascinating thing about teaching. Every mind is so different and learns so differently. I have some students that they could focus for, like I said, this little girl focused for 2 hours. Then I have an 18-year-old that I get maybe 20 good minutes of a lesson. So, and everyone has their strengths and their weaknesses, and you have to kind of, a little bit like a psychologist with each student, figuring out what they need. And so I'm not sure the group thing happens without any private attention. I think.
Well, there's obviously private attention within.
Yeah.
I think that one of the problems that I always see with young people studying is if they're very gifted, and usually they have an idea of the sound that they want to make right away.
Yes.
And the sound they're able to produce, of course, doesn't resemble the sound that they have in their ear. So they get bored very quickly or upset very quickly that they can't actually produce that sound. And one of the nice things about El Sistema that I liked was the idea of singing, of using the voice, and in a sense not having an instrument in your hand, but having rather almost disadvantaged by the fact you don't have the money to buy an instrument, so you create it out of papier-mâché or paper or cardboard, and in a sense learn the physicality of the movement such that when you actually get an instrument, some of those things are much more
I think it's
natural.
interesting you say singing. I don't think I never sing except when I'm teaching. I'm constantly singing with my students and trying to get them to sing if they aren't, embarrassed teenagers.
Well, that's why when they start at 3 or 4, they're usually not embarrassed to sing.
That's right. And that's yet another thing that, kids can handle a lot more than we think that they can. And, they can sing, they can then run outside and play on the swing set, then they can come back in and play a scale for you, and then they can, So kids are just fascinating, and I really love teaching 8, 9, 10-year-olds and setting them up really beautifully, inspiring them, trying to put all the pieces together, because so many times pieces are missing.
Tell me, I know this is sort of unplanned, but I'm very intrigued by this recording that you have, and I'm sure our audience will go out immediately from here and buy it, and they can come to our website, and I'm sure they can find it there so that they can have an opportunity, because it's really amazing. Today, often you find that contemporary music ends up being contemptible as well as contemporary, but in this instance, you found a composer who has a current voice.
Yes, that's very
really
important
wonderful.
to me.
It kind of blends diatonic harmony with modernity at the same time, and has a superb sense of humor, which is really terrific.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering whether I could trouble you to play another movement for us.
I probably could do that.
That would be wonderful.
I'll play a movement that's another, the theme for today is sort of picturesque music.
Okay.
And all of his pieces here are incredibly picturesque as described by his titles. And I'm going to play one for you. This is called Run Away. And you'll hear a technique on the violin with the bow that's called a flying spiccato, and it's very fast and jumpy, and I hope you enjoy. Run Away.
Well, I want to take a moment or two to express our thanks collectively to Daniel Belen and to all of our artists, Kelly Denton, Erica Craig, Nan Kane, Ashley Norman, and Jonathan Lareva. Can we have a round of applause for our artists? And I also hope that all of you listening to this broadcast, as well as those of you here in the audience, will come to our concert and to view, because you can't really see today. This is just a taste of what you'll experience during the concert, watching the orchestra, listening to the orchestra, listening to our wonderful concertmaster perform, and also watching the incredibly beautiful work that these young artists have created for us. I think we really are very blessed here in Ventura County to have such a plethora of artistic expression, both musical and the graphic arts and ballet and absolutely every form of art that one can think of. And that is indeed a blessing for us in the community. So I'd like to thank you all and look forward to seeing you at the concert.
Henri Rousseau was as strange and enigmatic as his paintings, at once naive and shrewd, highly conservative, and daringly innovative. He reached his creative zenith with a series of jungle paintings that struck viewers then and now as fantastic inventions. And they were. Rousseau never left France. He referred to all foreigners as Americans. He was honest most of the time and dishonest when it served his needs. By turns, a petty criminal arrested for embezzlement, a soldier, a customs clerk, salesman, and musician, Rousseau also wrote poetry and disjointed melodramatic plays that were never performed. He took up painting full-time after he retired from the civil service at the age of 49. Lower middle class by birth, he eked out a living painting portraits commissioned by friends and neighbors. Sometimes he paid his grocery bill with a painting. He punctuated his works with the icons of modernity, the bounty, as he saw it, of a French republic both powerful and benevolent. But Rousseau's paintings were often marked by glimpses of an extraordinary imagination that made the commonplace strange. Critics had no idea what to make of the self-taught painter's efforts to join the ranks of the refined academic painters who dominated the artistic establishment. A newspaper critic called this canvas a hilarious jewel in the artist's comic box. Rousseau was often just as puzzling to other artists. He was naive enough to offer his artistic connections to help the aristocratic Edgar Degas. And his self-confidence bordered on the delusional. He wanted to finish Paul Cézanne's paintings for him. But the younger Pablo Picasso and his generation of avant-garde artists saw something new and interesting in Rousseau's work. Picasso bought this portrait and several other Rousseaus. And he photographed the older painter in 1910. Rousseau was clever and talented enough to make a niche for himself in the hectic Parisian art world. The dealer Ambrose Vollard, who sold Picasso most of his Rousseaus, was of two minds about the retired customs clerk.
I often wondered if that simple, not to say slightly bewildered air that struck one in Rousseau was not a mask behind which he concealed himself, and whether at bottom he was not a sly fox.
He can never be confined to any of the kind of conventional or avant-garde structures that surround him. So he although he aspired to be an academic painter, he wasn't an academic painter. Although he was in some ways appropriated by the avant-garde, he was never really an avant-garde painter. And nor can he be confined by terms like primitive or naive or a Sunday painter. And therefore, he's never been put to bed. And in a way, each generation, I think, can and has rediscovered Rousseau for themselves.
Henri Rousseau arrived in Paris in 1868 from Laval in the northwest of France. The capital was nearing completion of a facelift that would make it the metropolis we know today. The medieval city had given way to broad boulevards that cut deeply through the old neighborhoods, creating elegant spaces for the well-to-do and new opportunities for artists. Rousseau settled in Montparnasse, a lower middle-class neighborhood on the city's southern edge, and married soon after. Through his wife's family connections, he got a civil service job as a clerk, recording duties on goods entering the city. The photographer Eugène Atget was also fascinated with the poetry of the commonplace. He depicted that milieu in 1913, much as Rousseau had painted it years earlier. The new job led to a nickname, Le Douanier, the customs officer. The narrow streets of the Montparnasse neighborhood of Plaisance were home to Rousseau for the rest of his life. Its petit bourgeois citizens were his friends, his patrons, and his subjects. A talented violinist, he threw soirees with musical programs, inviting local friends, neighbors, and other artists. He even wrote a waltz dedicated to his first wife, Clémence. In Rousseau's Parisian landscapes, its citizens are serene and unhurried, relaxing on the remnants of the city's fortifications as languidly as they were pictured in Atget's 1908 photograph.
The image of the city that he wants to give is sort of a city without the city. It's a city where nature is still very present, a city with evergreens, full of trees. It's a Paris of people who relax on Saturday and Sunday, where they stroll or picnic with their families in the park.
Rousseau's Paris was a suburban Paris, and a stark contrast to the reality of a city hurtling toward the 20th century.
It was not the Paris of the boulevards. It was not the Paris that people visited. For instance, in this park, he didn't paint the kind of grand terrace, the Palace of the Luxembourg. He went to a little corner, which is just over there, and he painted one of the lesser monuments in the park to Chopin, which people maybe find when they're making a little bit of a kind of diversion in the park.
Rousseau's landscapes often have an airless quality. The figures, shadowless in the midday light, are dwarfed by looming clouds.
There's a painting called The Sawmill, which has an extraordinary kind of menace about it because of the way that the darkness of the clouds is painted, and the light itself focuses around the sawmill. And that's the kind of painting where there's a mood, there's a real mood in it.
One of the main issues confronting viewers of Rousseau's work, then and now, is their persistently odd quality, the leaps in scale and a lack of perspective.
I think there are aspects of his technique, his inability to model figures easily, his holding back from really exploring perspectives, the disjunctions in scale between parts of the works, all suggest a kind of naivety in relation to familiar rules and techniques of making traditional academic style art. And yet it seems to me that Rousseau, who was extremely ambitious, acknowledged his naivety at some point and used it. He went with it rather than struggling against it.
That self-conscious naivete played well in the down-to-earth quarters of petit bourgeois Montparnasse. Rousseau lived the life of his subjects. Like them, he walked in the parks on the southern edge of Paris. And he shared the growing popular interest in sports, played regularly in the public spaces of the Luxembourg Gardens. He caught rugby's poetic side in a single moment in 1908, but he added his own poetry, setting the players as dramatically as a choreographer sets dancers. The field is a stage, framed by the intricately patterned foliage of the scaled-down trees, familiar but also strange.
A lot of his subjects are familiar subjects. For instance, the paintings of children. They're very familiar as a subject, a baby standing in nature, perhaps for the first time walking. But the baby's holding a puppet, and the puppet has a moustache and is a kind of harlequin puppet, carnival puppet, and has an almost aggressive air to it. The baby is standing very forthright and extremely formidable and almost slightly threatening. But yet around this baby is nature in an utterly idyllic sense, so that the mix becomes extraordinarily unfamiliar.
Some of Rousseau's portraits resembled cartes de visite, photographic calling cards popular at the turn of the century. Like these small paintings he did of himself and his wife, they could border on the strange, and sometimes they crossed it. He offset the familiarity of the genre with odd details, a splayed branch in place of a cane. He depicted a boy perched on jagged rocks, made even stranger by the disjunctions of scale and flat patterning that overwhelmed the figure. The child looms like a giant, floating above a landscape not unlike a stage set. But Rousseau had greater ambitions than being a painter in residence to the lower middle class of Montparnasse. He admired the grandees of the official salon like Jean-Léon Gérôme and Adolphe William Bouguereau, who specialized in the meticulous classical compositions prized by the upper classes. Rousseau declared his grand intentions in 1890. In Myself, Portrait, Landscape, he staked his claim to the status of an official painter. He places himself at the center of the canvas, dwarfing everything. The format, the full-length portrait reserved for the Republic's great men, declares his intention to climb the aesthetic ladder. On his lapel, an Order of Merit, an aspiration rather than a reality. The beret, palette, and brush announce his profession. Artist, with a capital A. Rousseau's sense of what kind of artist he should be was bound up with a deep sense of patriotism. He had suffered through the ravaging of Paris by German artillery in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. The government that emerged, the Third Republic, was shaky and ineffective, but its celebration of patriotic values won his confidence. The Bohemian artists in Montmartre, on the capital's northern edge, saw things differently. They saw the hypocrisy of the Republic's bourgeois supporters at close quarters. Pious champions of church, state, and family values by day, denizens of Montmartre's seamy underworld by night. Painters like Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec took their subjects from the non-stop pursuit of pleasure in the city's theaters, bars, and dance halls, winked at by the government. Ensconced in his petit bourgeois neighborhood in Montparnasse on the other side of Paris, Henri Rousseau was literally poles apart from Montmartre.
Rousseau was very pro-government, which again made it quite difficult at first for avant-garde artists to take him seriously. He was a firm believer in lots of the sort of mottos of the Republic, liberté, égalité, fraternité. He really did believe that this was an exciting time to be a painter.
His paintings regularly feature the French flag fluttering above a peaceful, industrious, and virtuous city. The Lion of Belfort, a monument commemorating the Alsatian city's heroic resistance to the Germans, was incorporated in Liberty, inviting artists to take part in the 22nd exhibition of the Société des Artistes Indépendants, finished in 1906. The next year, another ode to civic piety, with an equally long-winded title. The representatives of foreign powers coming to greet the Republic as a sign of peace. The icons of the Republic are everywhere in these canvases. The tricolor and the red and blue Paris municipal banner, citizens dancing around a monument to the freedom of thought, the presence of liberty herself. Rousseau was unquestionably patriotic, but he also had another agenda.
Throughout his life, he painted the kinds of works that he felt would appeal to an official audience. He did write letters, for instance, to the president, hoping that somehow he would attract state patronage. It never happened, but it was certainly a belief that he harbored.
State patronage would have secured Rousseau's financial future. He entered competitions to decorate public buildings with murals. In 1893, he submitted Carmagnole, adapted from A Centennial of Independence, painted the year before. It depicted, he wrote, our ancestors dancing to celebrate the advent of liberty. But his quest for state patronage was ignored. He submitted paintings to the Salon des Indépendants, an alternative to the official salon. It dispensed with a selection committee and accepted work from anyone who could pay the entrance fee. It was in the Salon des Indépendants that Rousseau met the avant-garde and won their respect. Tiger in a Tropical Storm, subtitled Surprised, was shown in 1891. Critic and painter Félix Vallotton recognized its unexpected sense of color and composition. He praised it as a combination of competency and childlike naivete, the alpha and omega of painting, a must-see picture. War, painted and exhibited 3 years later, was Rousseau at his unpredictable and flamboyant best. War was an explosion of silhouetted shapes filling the canvas. For many, it was a reference to the carnage of the Franco-Prussian War. Rousseau, inexplicably, hoped that the apocalyptic vision would attract official approval, but he found enthusiasm in a different quarter. One critic saw something startlingly new.
The artist who has made this has once again expressed his personality. It only seems strange because nothing like it has been seen before. He has the merit, a rare one today, of being completely himself.
Alfred Jarry, a young and eccentric playwright, agreed. Jarry was also a serious artist whose absurdist and highly scatological play Ubu Roi, set designs by Pierre Bonnard, Toulouse-Lautrec, and others, scandalized Parisian audiences at its premiere in 1896. Jarry commissioned Rousseau to make a lithograph of War for a journal he edited. And he introduced Rousseau to the poet and critic Guillaume Apollinaire, who became an influential advocate. Apollinaire spread the story that Rousseau had experienced the tropical jungles firsthand as a soldier in Mexico. Rousseau was grateful. He was also cunning and willing to take help where he could get it.
Rousseau was from a very different background to most of his peers in the avant-garde, and it meant he had a very different set of concerns. He needed to make a living, and he couldn't make a living through his painting, so he worked as a sales representative for a very sort of lowbrow newspaper, which had an illustrated supplement. And this informed the way that Rousseau worked, because he saw how popular that kind of imagery was with his neighbours.
He borrowed imagery, style, and even a tabloid-like look from popular journals, a strategy he used throughout his career.
He kept himself a kind of collection of cuttings, which are now in Laval. He cut out images of jungle, images of new kind of dirigibles and aeroplanes and things like that. So in that way, that kind of popular culture from illustrated magazines and from postcards and so on certainly did inform the kinds of subject that he chose to paint, and even to some extent the kind of clarity and force of the images that he produced.
Rousseau's pictures of jungles, fights to the death, survival of the fittest, the dense vegetation with hidden mysteries, terrors, and delights raised his reputation from an academic want-to-be to a darling of the avant-garde. And he did it innocently. Unlike his highly educated, radical admirers, Rousseau was an unschooled petit bourgeois. He wasn't throwing the rule book away. He'd simply never read it.
Rousseau has evolved an extraordinarily sophisticated style that is somehow underpinned by that naivety and the incredible precision with which he articulates every single detail. And every detail is held in a kind of democratic sameness right on the picture, on the canvas surface. And it's extraordinary how long it takes to read a Rousseau painting. They're very compelling. And that's because they're not paintings you can take in at a glance. They're like a series of film stills almost, juxtaposed, and you want to read across and up and down.
If a larger audience of critics and artists were surprised by Rousseau's jungle pictures, they shouldn't have been. A flair and a taste for the strange had already appeared in his early works. In Promenade in the Forest, landscapes dominate figures to the point of obscuring them. The costumed figures in Carnival Evening, readable at a glance to 19th century French audiences as Mardi Gras revelers, are players on a stage, more projections of fantasy than real. As is the strange face in the background. Rendezvous in the Forest, painted 3 years later, also revealed Rousseau's growing mastery of his offbeat talents. The intricately patterned plant forms, the figures embedded in the landscape, foreshadowed the direction he would take. It would reach fruition years later in paintings like Fight Between a Tiger and a Buffalo.
He seems to have worked from a very clear idea of what he was going to do, or at least fairly clear idea of what he was going to do, drawing on the canvas, using charcoal, and then literally filling in the canvas, across the canvas, working across the canvas in areas, and working with one colour, it seems, at a time, from the evidence we have. So he'd use one green, then another green, then a blue or whatever. And he'd work systematically in that way to produce the kind of very finished images that we have.
"1889 was an auspicious year for France and for Rousseau's career. The World's Fair came to town, creating a whirlwind of interest in the exotic that lasted well into the next century. The French government had a vested interest in exhibiting the fruits of its colonial expansion, and it brought them home in a series of expositions and world fairs. In 1889, they recreated Ashanti villages in the zoological garden in the Bois de Boulogne. A Moroccan souk was erected in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower. Rousseau was a regular visitor. He wrote a melodramatic play about a provincial family's visit to the fair. 11 years later, at the Paris Exposition of 1900, pavilions representing many of the world's nations were built along the banks of the Seine. In 1907, a colonial exposition was held on the city's eastern edge. The remnants of that celebration of the far-flung French Empire, held in the Bois de Vincennes, are still a weekend destination for Parisians.
The World's Fairs of 1889 and 1900 and colonial expositions like the one here in the Bois de Vincennes had a huge impact on popular culture in France. The imagery infiltrated popular journals. It also informed popular novels of the period. And Rousseau really picked up on that. His jungle canvases really engaged with the fantasy of the exotic, the mysteries of the unknown, but also everything that's frightening about that.
The twin engines of world's fairs and colonial growth coincided with a rapid expansion in the technological capabilities of French publishers. Cheaper, mass-produced images of the exotic reached the French public faster than ever before. Colonial exploits in a terrifyingly primal world could be on your doorstep days after they were reported. The taste for exoticism spread throughout the culture. The novels of Jules Verne captivated readers, and Rudyard Kipling's Tales of India and the Far East were translated into French and found an eager readership. The French fascination with the strangeness of distant lands also emerged in films, which first appeared in the late 1890s. Georges Méliès explored the realm of fantasy with intricate trick photography and exotic storylines that thrilled his audiences. Rousseau's sense of the exotic also drew on sources closer to home. He was a habitual visitor to the Jardin des Plantes and its adjoining zoo, where impressive new zoology galleries opened in 1889. He looked at the gallery's dioramas that dramatized the Darwinian code of the jungle. He studied the collection of stuffed animals. They were the raw materials that his imagination worked on, emerging years later in enigmatic paintings like The Sleeping Gypsy.
The jungles he painted are jungles in Paris. There was a legend that he had gone to Mexico, but he never went to Mexico, and he himself in his lifetime, in the only interview he gave that was actually published in the press, said so, that he'd never gone to Mexico, never seen jungles, real jungles. What he saw was some kind of exoticism you could see in Paris. He saw the World Fairs, he saw the Jardin des Plantes, the zoo there, and the kind of botanical gardens that he could visit as well, the glass houses in particular, which had tropical plant displays and so on. That's what he knew, and they were jungles in Paris.
Rousseau said that when he entered the glass houses, it was like entering a dream. His imagination fed on the density and color of the tropical vegetation. Rousseau wasn't alone. Other artists were also haunting the zoo and documenting the exotic fruits of colonial expansion. But the zoos were a far cry from the lush primordial settings that would emerge in Rousseau's work. The animals were kept in perpetual misery throughout their short lives in cages one critic called revolting filthiness. Rousseau's imaginative process began to compose jungles that would be profoundly unlike the exotica on offer in Paris or anywhere else. He took the animals out of their cages and set them in lush jungles inspired by the botanical gardens. Rousseau's fascination with the exotic was founded in popular imagery, but it was also part of an ongoing phenomenon in French art. Eugène Delacroix's 1862 painting Tiger and Snake was inspired by his travels in North Africa. Rousseau's idol, Gérôme, also traveled extensively. By the end of the century, artists like Paul Gauguin traveled in search of more authentic sources of inspiration, untainted by modernity. His fascination with the so-called primitive, unspoiled nature of Tahiti had taken him there twice before his death.
When Gauguin died in 1903, just afterwards, there were exhibitions around Gauguin that took place in Paris, and there was a huge amount of interest in Gauguin's Tahiti and the kind of vision of the exotic in a sense that Gauguin presented.